States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good evening. Let's go with the roll call and declaration of conflicts of interest, please.
Councilmember Abram, here and none. Councilmember Bixel,
Here and none.
Vice Mayor Franco,
Here and none.
Councilmember Moniz,
Here and none.
Mayor Bublak.
Here and none. All right, so we're all here. We have no conflicts. All right, and then approval of agenda as posted. Consent item 5G, George, and action item 8B, Boy, have been pulled from the agenda tonight. We will not be discussing either of those. So if there's any amendments or approval,
Motion to approve as amended.
we have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, passes 5-0. All right, we have many proclamations to be had, and the chief is just wearing all the hats tonight. We'll start with whichever you prefer.
If I could have our volunteers please come forward with me for this proclamation. As they're coming up, it's my honor to present this proclamation on behalf of the volunteers and the great work that they do for the residents of Turlock. Without them, I know at the police department, speaking for, right up here, guys, just for our staff, we'd be in a world of hurt without them at times. They're out assisting us with traffic accidents, traffic control. They're assisting us in the office, and they're just a welcome presence at the police department. In recognition of the City of Turlock volunteers, whereas volunteers make up hundreds of individuals in our community, representing a wide array of individuals volunteering in various departments throughout the City of Turlock in the following programs: Volunteers in Police Service, Police Explorers, Municipal Volunteer Partnership Program, and Friends of Turlock Animal Services. And whereas through volunteerism, local government entities, the quality of life we have grown to rely upon and appreciate is sustained through these community partnerships, and whereas the City of Turlock volunteer programs are staffed with a group of men and women willing to serve an agency in need of their time, dedication, and talents, and whereas these individuals often serve unnoticed to the public, but are indispensable to the City of Turlock, and whereas this City Council understands that the government alone cannot solve all of society's needs, and these volunteers transform and extended our limited resources into the ability to provide better service to the residents of Turlock. And whereas the Turlock City Council recognizes that 2,080 volunteer hours of service equals a full-time employee at wages and benefits in excess of $75,000. And whereas the public should be knowledgeable about volunteerism and the efforts of volunteerism, improving the quality of life in our community. And whereas this City Council does hereby recognize these individuals as true public servants who promote the highest ideals of public service to support the objectives of service to the community, who strive to set an example for others and prove that anyone with drive and determination can be of service to their community. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Amy Bublak and the entire City Council and the residents of Turlock, I do hereby proclaim our gratitude and admiration by honoring the dedication of these model volunteers who tirelessly give so freely of their valuable time to provide service to the residents of Turlock. Thank you. Thank you guys for all that you do. Thank you.
Did you notice that the married couple didn't stand next to each other? What's going on here?
Yeah, and Chief, how long before those light blue shirts can turn dark blue?
We've been running them through. We've been doing quite well with our Explorer program, running them through the cadet program, and then making them eventual police officers. So as soon as they get of age.
We expect that.
Thank you all for helping Turlock so much. We really appreciate all of you. Mm-hmm.
So amazing.
I don't know,
but they get younger every year.
waiting for the voice to change.
And then next, as they're making their way out of the room, if I could have my my animal services staff, please come forward. This is Officer Swaim and Officer Walthrop, or actually Supervisor Walthrop of our Animal Services Division. Thank you for being here with us today. In honor of Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, April 9th through 15th, 2023. Whereas the National Animal Care and Control Association has designated the second week of April of each year as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. And whereas various federal, state, and local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal service officers for the dedicated service they provide to the citizens, various public safety agencies, departments throughout the country, and whereas the Turlock City Council would like to express its sincere thanks and appreciation for the outstanding service Turlock Animal Services provides on a daily basis to the residents of this city. And whereas the Turlock City Council recognizes animal services officers for the many dedicated long hours of service they perform in serving this community and for fulfilling the Turlock Animal Services commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service. And whereas the Turlock City Council wishes to commend each and every animal service officer for their excellent service, which is in keeping with the longstanding distinguished tradition of animal care and control profession. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Amy Bublak and the entire City Council and the residents of Turlock, I do hereby proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2023 as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in the City of Turlock and encourage all citizens of the City of Turlock to show and express appreciation for these outstanding individuals. Thank you. Okay, so on their behalf, we'd like to invite you all out to the shelter to adopt an animal. So that would be a tremendous help for them. Their heart and soul goes into this. So if you could find it in your heart to come out and adopt an animal for a shelter, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We almost brought them all here.
You should have.
If you follow us on Facebook, all of the animals that are coming up for service there, they're also on the city's website. The best thing to do is follow Animal Services on Facebook. You're seeing all of the animals as they come in and are available for adoption. They're highlighting animals each week. So it's just a tremendous resource. So if you haven't, I'm going to ask you now, take out your phone and type in Turlock Animal Services and follow us on Facebook. My shameless plug.
Who gave that man a microphone?
Oh, take it away.
Okay, we'll top that one there, Miss Eddie.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and the public. This evening's presentation is regarding ClearPoint Strategy. The City of Turlock entered into a 3-year agreement with ClearPoint Strategy effective August 8th, 2022. ClearPoint is a web-hosted strategy management software that allows for reporting and managing strategic plans, tracking performance, centralizes data to monitor progress, and keeps our community engagement fluid. DeAndre Tompkins, associate consultant with ClearPoint, has been working with staff to prepare department goals information for the city's website. DeAndre is with us this evening via Zoom or Teams to provide a brief presentation. By the end of this week, City Council will be provided a link via email to access the ClearPoint website and view all of the data departments have provided. And just, this is definitely, these are drafts, and these documents, the departments have been working on these for quite a while, preparing draft goals to present to the council. And the council can decide what to do, and it'll be the council's will on how we go forward with those. So DeAndre, so where's Nick? Here comes Nick. Nick is going to help get DeAndre. DeAndre has a short PowerPoint.
Hey, DeAndre, you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we're ready for you. Awesome. First of all, thank you, Sarah, for that introduction. Like she said, my name is DeAndre Tompkins. I'm an associate consultant partnering with our founder, Ted Jackson, helping the city of Turlock do two things. One, build sort of their strategic plan while also utilizing our software tool to have its capabilities in performance management and tracking to make sure that the strategy is implemented and is transparent to your constituents. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen in a presentation. And what we're going to do is walk through some of the four bigger topics that I just wanted to cover today. So that agenda is going to be sort of four things. One, we're going to talk about the overall City of Turlock account structure, which is pretty really aligns with the strategic plan. Second piece is the segmented parts that make up your strategic plan, looking at departmental tracking and how those segment into your overall strategy. Third would be the benefits of utilizing our software and its capabilities. And then lastly, talking about sort of the future horizon and some of the things that Turlock can take advantage of while utilizing our software. And so with that, talking about the account structure, here we can see a quick sort of snapshot of what Sarah and her team has been working diligently to sort of build out and have. And what we have here is sort of just the foundation. We're really just working to figure out where things align, where things contribute to our policy goals at the highest level. And what you see here is an alignment, what we call an alignment matrix, which breaks down the City of Turlock's policy goals and then shows an alignment between each department and their goals and how those align with the overall strategy of Turlock. And this also is congruent with how we're going to structure the account as well. So how we look at your strategy is also how we're going to build the software platform so that everything's consistent and everyone is sort of familiar with the layout and the formation. Next, we're going to go into the segmented parts of your strategy. As we all know, a strategy is only as good as its parts that is made up. And so our departments, what we do is segment those and allow those their different scorecards to track any of their strategic and operational elements. And by elements, we defer those to your department goals, any measures, which are quantitative, and then any initiatives which are project-based, driving those measures to achieve that target. And so what our system allows to do is break your strategy down to its component parts and be able to track those in their own environments. Right here, you see we have information technology. What we're able to do is track all of IT's department goals, but also be able to segment those into any strategic goals that roll up to your policy goals, or any operational elements, which may not be strategic in nature, but may just as be as important to track internally to your department. And then one thing we have here as well is right now we only have goals in. We're starting at that foundation piece. But what you can see is we do have different elements where we can sort of build on that capability there. So what you can see here is the additional elements of measures and initiatives. We do have many more, but what this allows to do is add any additional information, any contextual information, being quantitative or qualitative, to that goal, what we're achieving, why we're achieving it, and how do we know we're achieving it. And that's what we'll be able to do in our scorecard structure and breakdown. Now that we kind of know the makeup and the structure of the account, now we can go into how does the city council and its members be able to utilize this software at the highest level. And really those are three main points. One, we'd be able to automate the reporting and sort of the briefing books. Some of this may be foreign to some people in the room, but essentially what this allows us to do is take the individual components that make up the strategic plan. The software allows us to congeal this information all into one source document, and then allows for an easy report out or transfer of information to anyone that is either in the system or external, to give sort of that transparency and that one look view, that one single source of view, just at one click of a button. Next will be that performance management and stakeholder accountability piece. So as you see, we're able to break down your goals to each respective department. But what we can also do is within those goals, we can set ownership levels and have key stakeholders take accountability of their respective departmental goals or any projects or metrics that we're tracking. So this allows us to see clearly who's accountable, who's doing the best at their job, while also making sure everyone is accountable and resources are allocated, respectively amongst the stakeholders. And lastly, our transparency piece. Now, this is sort of a horizon view, but what we're able to do is build sort of the ClearPoint structure. And then once we have that planned out, we have the capability of helping Turlock build an external view or a website that allows them to take sort of those strategic measures inside of our tool and be able to show any of their constituents how they're doing. And this will be directly from the source. So this will allow individuals to go into a website, directly click into any department goals that are visible to the constituents, and allow them to sort of click through and get the same sort of depth of information as the council members would inside of the software as well. So here are just some of the many, or a few of the many benefits that we have with our tool. So we do look to have this benefit realized as we continue to build out, the platform, but then be able to expand and grow in that platform as well. And then lastly, what we'd like to touch on is the future of ClearPoint, right? We don't just want to build the strategy and leave. What we want to do is be sort of that partner with you in that growth aspect. And so what we're able to do is build what we have here as our goal menu. And so this is a consolidated view of a pool of our clients that come to us and let us know what's the use case for ClearPoint and why did they come to use our software. And so we do have 7 of these. What we tend to realize is organizations will come to us and really want to focus on maybe 1 or 2 of these goals. And then as they become very proficient and excel at 2 of these, it allows them to catapult into the other respective goals as well. So you can see we have a lot sort of capabilities that we can take advantage of. Of course, we want to start small. Like Sarah said, this is just foundational piece now. But as we continue to grow, continue to solidify the strategic plan and its reporting process, then we can go into different areas to, 1, improve your reporting process, but also just make internal processes for ClearPoint a lot more efficient and a lot less time consuming. 1, for the workers, but also for the constituents as well. And so with that being said, that was really all that I had to report on today. But again, I will be working closely with Sarah and Regan and her team to continue to help build out the software that's best advantageous for the city of Turlock and achieving their strategic plan.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions for him? Vice Mayor?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing that tomorrow, right?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Technologies update?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, members of the public. It's a pleasure to stand before you today to provide updates from the newly established Information Technology Department. Along with the updates today, I plan on sharing information regarding some of the projects and initiatives we have going on with information technology. The main topics I'm going to be discussing today are around the areas of service enhancements from information technology, cybersecurity, our web presence, and digital engagement tools and solutions. So first, I'd like to share our first service enhancement that was recently implemented within the IT department. We recently implemented a service ticketing system. This system allows for us to interact with the city departments or our customers to identify what their IT needs are. They're able to submit a request or report an incident within the ticketing system, and it is then categorized and then routed to a technology staff member. Within that system, we're able to track what types of categories and systems we service, as well as take note of the resolution steps we've taken to fix the issue. One great benefit of this is it allows us to analyze the types of service we provide, as well as make data-driven decisions based on the categories and the types of service that are in there. So for example, we can identify that a specific area might be causing a lot of problems, and we will work with our staff to develop different processes and procedures to troubleshoot and resolve those issues more effectively. It also allows us to see how quickly we respond to different incidents, so it will monitor the first time a ticket has been opened or responded to, so that we can work towards achieving a higher level of service delivery to the departments and the staff. One of the other benefits I'd like to leverage from this system is to develop some standard operating procedures so we can work as a department to follow processes and procedures that make our work more effective. So this would include steps of troubleshooting or resolving an issue. Instead of always trying to reinvent the wheel, we would have procedures that staff can reference and work from. The next service enhancement I'd like to share is that we will be implementing a new platform with Microsoft. It's called Microsoft 365. It was formerly called Office 365. This is Microsoft's new standard Office suite platform. Many organizations use this. Most of Microsoft's products are now cloud-based. This solution will allow us to bring our applications and leverage some communication collaboration solutions in the cloud, which is beneficial. That will allow us to utilize features such as Teams, so we can do video conferencing within the departments and with other staff. We can instant message, and we can also share files and collaborate on them in real time without having to send the file back and forth via email. This, I feel, is a huge win for our organization. The next area that we're working to enhance services on is policies. Being relatively new to the city, I've looked at the computer use policy and the social media policy. I found that some of the language and the information within those policies is somewhat outdated and not relevant to the way those platforms are managed today. We're currently in the beginning stages of reviewing and analyzing these policies, and we're going to be working with departments to discuss how we can make improvements and develop guidelines and best practices that fit within their workflow of disseminating that information. The next service enhancement I have is related to connectivity, especially at remote sites, locations that are not within the close proximity of City Hall. We have to establish more robust connectivity solutions that provide higher bandwidth and greater throughput for these types of services we're providing. So we are in the beginning stages of that, working with departments and ensuring we can create a more robust connectivity solution out to those remote sites, as well as allow them to connect from mobile devices to those remote sites in the event that they need to manage them remotely or access that information from some type of mobile device. The final service update I would like to share, our service enhancement, is our geographic information systems. Now, if you're not sure what GIS or geographic information systems are, it's our ability to capture, manipulate, analyze, and present data in a geographical format. And not only are we able to present the data on a map or in a geographical format, but we're able to pinpoint items or assets within that map and include metadata to those assets. So an example I'd like to provide would be like potentially a sewer system. We can plot that on a map and show exactly where that runs. And then as you zoom in and work with this dynamic data, you can click on that object or asset and potentially see what types of materials are involved, what the size is, what the flow would be. Really, this is data-driven. It requires us to capture that data and bring it into the system. So we've been working with departments to get that data and bring it into our GIS platform. It has a lot of multi-department value and allows us to report on different things. But one of the big takeaways we want to use GIS with is providing, like internally, we're working on developing our GIS system, but we want to be able to provide that publicly. So if information does have to get out, we can leverage this platform. For example, our current website has static maps that show zoning and garbage pickup and certain things. And a lot of times you have to type in your address. We would like to see if we can use a GIS platform where you can look at the map and basically filter through the layers of it to see exactly where certain things are and identify the data within there. So that's something we've been working on, and we're working with departments to enhance. So the next topic I wanted to present on is in regards to cybersecurity. This is definitely a hot topic and at the forefront for IT. And I would say it's at the forefront for any IT department in any organization. This is something we have to constantly keep up with. The work with cybersecurity is never done. Changes daily, hourly, by the minute. And it's something that I've worked hard towards monitoring and understanding how it's set up within the city. One of the first items I'd like to share that I would like to work towards enhancing is our training and education around cybersecurity. I feel that training our employees and staff that work within city systems could utilize a more robust training solution to identify potential threats and attacks and the way they come in and how they work. I will share, like, data shows that the human element is 90% of what the bad guys go after when it comes to trying to target an organization. So my goal is to really focus around the training we have, as well as strengthening that type of training. In addition to the multiple layers of cybersecurity, which I'll show on the next slide, but it's an ongoing effort. There's a lot of layers. IT can control so much of the technology, but it's very hard to control the people or the interactions they have with the technologies we provide. So we're working and looking at every type of layer and implementing the best practices that are suggested by different organizations and knowledge subject matter experts around that topic. The next thing I want to share is that we're looking to implement a framework. So when it comes to developing policies and best practices and following process and procedures within the department, we're looking to develop and implement a framework. There's a lot of large organizations that have pre-made frameworks that we could fit within the IT department's policies, and we plan to implement that and structure our practices around that framework. I just want to show real quickly, these are the layers of cybersecurity, and at the top is the human layer, and that's usually the most vulnerable layer. And as the layers go lower and deeper, they get a little bit more technical, where we have to work on ensuring that there are best practices in terms of security, and we're giving, like, the least privileged access across all of those areas to staff and to those that work within our network. So next update I wanted to share was regarding our web presence and how we're engaging digitally. Currently, we know that there's a strong need for a website and updated processes and services and solutions that are digital for our engagement with the public and our presence and the services we provide. Over the last 2 months, we've cataloged all of the website pages and all of the current services that are built within the website. We're currently assessing how those interact with public and identifying the business needs of every department to ensure that other solutions we look at have those services included within them or built within them, or we work towards identifying the best possible solution that will meet that business need of the department. We're also assessing different solutions that allow for public engagement, whether it's a chatbot or a mobile application or a mass notification system. We're looking at all these platforms that are usually a part of hosted website solutions as well as standalone, but we are assessing those. And these will help us, as we drive down this road of making web presence improvements. These will be beneficial for implementing and working with departments to get information out more easily and more quickly. So I just want to provide a quick update regarding the website. As of lately, we've been doing minor design changes, especially working with our communications director and trying to work towards establishing processes for bringing more information to the front page. I've been working on also integrating a social media feed that will be on the front page so that those timely updates can get posted there as well as on another area of the website. But what we are doing right now is we're working towards identifying solutions, whether it's a website hosting provider or an application provider, and seeing how they integrate with one another. And that's helping us develop the project as well as the timeline and the scope of the development of it. And we're reviewing our internal systems and services to see what we currently have that can integrate with a new solution, something that might already exist that we have, but we just haven't put it on the web yet. And then we're working on identifying the methods to get to where we need to go. So what's to come is finding a method of procurement, implementing the project, migrating all of our current content, and then working through the process and workflow for developing and updating the content. So Ultimately, our goal is to have a website that can quickly and easily be updated by departments as soon as possible if information needs to be updated. It serves the city and department's business needs. It has a modern and responsive design and can be accessible on any platform or any device. It's engaging with the public, or at least has solutions built in that are engaging with the public. And again, hopefully it's easy to use and navigate and interact with for everyone that touches it. So that's it for my updates with technology. I have Stephanie here that's going to provide some communications updates, so I'm going to go ahead and let her jump in.
Just manually clicking, okay.
Yeah, we have a clicker if you need it. But.
No, I can do manually, no problem. Well, it's been a long time coming. Mayor, Vice Mayor Franco, aloha. City council members, city manager, and city attorney. I'm Stephanie McGann Jansen. Members of the public, it's nice to meet you. Some of you I'm seeing again twice around now since it's been just pre-COVID, actually. A lot of things have changed. So why would our new IT director and I be sort of co-presenting? Well, we're going to dive into it. And I think that one slide that Nick did provide, which showed kind of that iceberg, which is here are the things that you can see, but here's the work that is being done underneath to create a better position for Turlock, not just now, but that can grow for the future. So we're not looking at temporary solutions that are going to work. We're looking at things that can start and then sustain and grow with the city. So we're pretty excited about that. So one of my favorite quotes, this is a famous quote by George Bernard Shaw: "The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place." That's not good for relationships, marriages, siblings, is I thought I told you and the other party says, no, I didn't get that. So we are working towards that. So I also wanted to give the city, I see it on my end. Oh, it's just, okay, maybe it's just a little slow. So I thought, since this is the first opportunity I've had to present to you since I have been working for the city, I thought I would offer you some background in terms of what I do, where I came from, and some of the expertise that I'm bringing to the city relative to how we're looking at communications and how we're looking at the future of communications to provide the very best experience for not only the residents, but then, of course, the city council, who's been saying we need better communications for a long time. So this is just, I am just killing it right now. Can you hear me? So just a little bit of background on me. Many years ago, I was the Government Affairs Director for the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, overseeing our policy committees, taking members of the media, business community members, small businesses to Washington, D.C. to lobby on behalf of issues relative to the Sacramento region and individual cities. I was Chief of Staff to a Sacramento County Supervisor. I provided global communications services for a company based in San Diego that does military transportation and executive staffing was the other part of it. It's kind of cool, the military and transportation side. They built the parts for the Top Gun planes. It was pretty cool, but I can't talk about that. That's all I can say. I was interim CEO for a Northern California technology company that made front of house restaurant software as they were looking at scaling their technology across the United States. I also formerly worked with the World Trade Center in Sacramento. So there would be organizations coming from all over the globe that wanted to come into California and understand how, as political people, we worked with the military, we worked with elected officials, the media, and politics. Now, politics have changed quite a bit since back in that day. It wasn't quite as tricky as it is today. But I worked with them on a multitude of projects, working with delegations from all over the world. That was a pretty fun gig. And then I also wanted to give you some background on just kind of who I am as a person. Volunteering is something that's been really important to me throughout my life, and it's something that I've really embedded in my kids. So I served as a board member of a crime victims advocacy and parole hearing organization on a statewide basis for victims of violent crime who had to attend parole hearings and had a really, really hard time about that. I helped them from a legislative perspective place as well relative to funding. I worked at a homeless shelter as a board member for women and children in Sacramento, a really successful program. I've been asked to be a speaker at 3MCA, which is a national city-county comms and marketing association that's going to be in Orlando in the fall. So I will be participating in that. They want to hear from me to talk about the intersection of technology and communications, which is what we're going to talk about tonight. Served as a board member for a foster family agency, and I volunteer time with tech startups that are doing good things for the future of our world on not only funding but business strategy. And the agenda for tonight, we're going to cover the following. Communication has changed dramatically. Social media. Once upon a time, you might have heard, if you aren't paying for it, you're the product. So when Facebook was free and you can just use it, that means you're the product, meaning your data, right? Well, now some products are actually starting to pay. They're asking you to pay for their services. So Twitter is now doing verification, as well as meta products such as Facebook and Instagram, where they're asking you to pay for a blue check, providing you a higher level of service. And that kind of gets interesting for cities and counties that want to be verified and not have people be able to fake our accounts. So that's a whole other thing. The level of expertise required for public information officers has increased as a result of this intersection. We no longer communicate the way that we used to. It's all technology now. And then we're going to talk about deliverables for that department. So many of you, and maybe I'll give away a little bit relative to how old I am, I personally recognize that television. I had one of those, that radio and those newspapers. So what's the point of this graphic? Do y'all remember you'd wait for the news to come on at 5 o'clock? And do you remember you could turn on that same channel late at night and it would just be that zzz, because there was no programming. It just didn't work. And you had to wait till the next morning, whether that was to pick up your newspaper or you could watch the really late night news. But there wasn't news happening 24/7. You couldn't access it. So we had to go turn on the radio. We had to wait for the newspaper. And that is how news flowed. Well, times have changed. So I'm showing you this slide for a couple of reasons. Number one, not only, and this is just a snapshot of different news organizations, but we also know we're living in a really tough time politically right now. So we have publications. I'm sure if you looked at this list long enough, someone here would get super triggered like, I don't like them or I don't like them. But the point is there's an onslaught of information and it is happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I don't think it can be more than that, but I think they're trying. Even our cars are now computers. Tesla is actually working on full self-driving right now. So not only is there a computer in your car, but your car is a computer. So things have wildly changed. Now we're at the screen of current and future of communications. And the title of this is now, We Have to Come to You. It's not the other way around. So not only do we see a screen of so many apps that are communication apps, social media apps, but messaging apps, but we now have the advent of ChatGPT as an example, which is a large language model and AI. I'm sure some of you have heard about that in the news. We have VR and AR headsets where people can go into virtual reality and have different experiences. Algorithms are another piece of how social media is getting more complicated. What does Facebook want from you from a content standpoint? Will they promote that? Will they not promote it? It's getting complicated. Oh, and have you all heard of NFTs as well? That's another thing. Bitcoin, everything. It's noisy. And this gets into what I was suggesting to you, which is now products are starting to look at how they're going to monetize. So Twitter and Meta products, TikTok, although TikTok is still to be determined. There's a lot going on with TikTok. But now they're looking at saying if you want to be verified and you want to make sure that if anyone were to copy your account or produce fake information about you, that verification, which they ask you to pay for, means you're going to get a higher level of service and a likelihood that somebody can't copy you anymore. But now they want you to pay for it. And that didn't exist before either. This is also important relative to communications. So we as human beings have now beat out the goldfish. Research shows that we now have an 8-second span of attention, and goldfish are still hovering at 9. So why would that be? Well, everything that we just talked about, we are in a swipe world. And if I'm not captured from a video perspective, if I'm not captured from a graphic perspective, or if you sound kind of boring, it's the swipe. I know those of you that have grandkids, kids, and just watching the general news, this is kind of a problem. So how do we make sure we're communicating in an environment where people kind of, sneeze and look at you and then they start running away? 8 seconds. Pretty astounding. I bet you it's lower than that too now. That's just my guess. Here we go. Now, some people really embrace this. Look at this very happy woman with her hands in the air. She's super excited about this new time of getting everything that she wants when she wants it. And then here's the rest of us. We know that people in today's world, data shows, are overworked, overwhelmed, information overload. And so if we want to capture people's attention, we have to make it clear and we have to be kind, and we have to be consistent. I didn't put kind in, but I always think kind is important. So it's getting the message out that you need to get out quickly and clearly, period. Remember that 8 seconds? I still bet you it's 6. So here's some of the critical points of communication. I'm going to talk a little faster because you guys have a big agenda tonight. So we know that communication builds trust. So transparency and clear ongoing communications. Y'all, are you at the point you have 3 glasses now? Yeah, I'm so old. Around key issues in Turlock, it builds trust in government. It's just important. It's any relationship you have. If one party is not communicating or not able to communicate with you where you are, there's a void there, and that always decreases trust. Communication does support democracy. It's easier to participate in local government if you know what's going on at scale and meeting all of you where you are, not the other way around. And the communication also has the ability to build community. So things like Turlock newsletters and other things that highlight fun events for kids and fun events for seniors and everything in between. So we have some cool things coming with that as well. We know the impacts of poor communication. I scream frequently at my laptop. But it's a combination of it reduces trust in anyone, especially with government. And also the other problem is if we aren't communicating poorly, that leaves a void where other people can communicate on our behalf, and often they get it wrong. But that's on us. And so this is why we're building out quite a large program. There's also a lot of division that occurs because if there's a void in communication, then you're left to fill it with whatever you think you know and whatever you think you don't know. And that's a crummy experience. So communication is a core responsibility of government, and the role and responsibility of a public information officer, whether that person is on staff or on contract, is to support transparency and communications around what is happening in city government at scale, which means across the entire city, in the multitude of platforms that people need to be communicated on, for a better informed public and greater access to and participation in democracy. So from a situational awareness perspective, what we are really building is a department within Turlock. Now, when I say department, I don't mean the formal term department. The city has not allocated, let me back up. I am also something called a contract PIO, contract CCO, and CMO. And what that means is many organizations, including municipalities, private sector companies, hire people like me because they can get talent like me for less money. If you're not having to hire a full-time employee, and no offense against full-time employees, they're critical, you can get the communications function at a lower amount of money for cities. And that's why this new position has been really popular on a contract basis. It's becoming more and more common. So we're creating an organizational change. We're creating new workflows. We're socializing information with me. And again, while we're examining new platforms that we can communicate with and making sure that our communication externally covers those questions of journalism. Who, what, where, how, why? How does it impact me? Do I need to know? It's important we cover that. And then we also talk about comm strategies, including not only traditional press releases and media advisories, but social media, website, and the communications to City Council, as well as staff. So upcoming deliverables for communications. We are looking at rewriting, so when we do identify this new website solution, and y'all, here's why you're gonna love it. You're gonna be able to search, I want to, and you can type in parks, and it'll give you everything you need to know about parks. I wanna know about this. So the user experience is going to be incredible. I'm very excited for this. So rewriting content for the website so that people understand not everybody knows what happens in the Public Works Department or municipal services. Not everybody knows all of the functions. So we're going to make that search in terms of things that matter to you much, much easier. We're going to create a video content library and photos for website about what's going on in Turlock so people can access the information they want, whether it's a swimming pool build or it's road repairs, et cetera. I think Nick already talked about this, but we're updating our social media and web policy because times have changed since the last update we've had. So we are working on that policy together with the rest of the executive team. And we're also going to be creating outgoing messaging content associated with the website and these various tools, even if it's a chatbot. And so all of those things need communication messaging in them. So you can employ them, but they actually need to have words in them. So again, we're creating a strategy for social media posts to include growing an audience, and so that we can show people our efforts to increase engagement and our audience and actually show you key performance indicators, the metrics from our Facebook and Instagram pages. because we have to prove that what we're doing is working. And if we don't, it's on us to pivot that strategy. I don't think I'm going to be asking anybody to start dancing like TikTok and doing music. I don't think that's fair. So we'll see. So we're going to be creating those KPIs through ClearPoint strategy, and we're going to create quarterly reporting for new website, including engagement, subscriptions, and key performance metrics, so the public knows what we're doing on the back end. Finally, the good news is we are, for the first time, transforming communications and implementing technology to create a better experience for all. So thanks for your patience with a lot of words, but I appreciate your time, Council, and I would open it up to you if you have any questions for me, any comments.
Questions? Vice Mayor, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Chief, you're up.
Oops, I'm sorry. I think Mr. Trueweather?
Yeah, we just do a briefing
Oh,
here, and then
okay,
when we're going to vote on something, we open it up, yeah.
Okay, now is our last proclamation for National Telecommunicators Week. Caitlin, if you could join me up here. Caitlin is our second in command within the Communications Center. She was just promoted a couple months ago. Thank you for joining us, Caitlin. In honor of National Telecommunicators Week, April 9th through 15th, 2023, whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas each day over 500,000 public safety telecommunicators answer desperate calls for help, responding with services that save lives and property of American citizens in need of assistance and help. Whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our residents have with emergency services, and whereas the residents of Turlock rely on their knowledge, professionalism, as they make critical decisions and obtain information and quickly dispatch needed aid, and whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from residents who telephone the City of Turlock Public Safety Communications Center, and whereas each public safety telecommunicator has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job duties in the past year. Whereas our public safety telecommunicators serve our citizens daily in countless ways and deserve our heartfelt appreciation. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Amy Bublak and the entire City Council and the residents of Turlock, I do proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2023 as National Telecommunicators Week in the City of Turlock, and encourage all residents of the City of Turlock to show and express appreciation for these outstanding individuals. Thank you.
I'm a dispatcher, so I like to talk, but I'll be quick. Madam Mayor and the rest of the council, on behalf of our dispatchers, we just want to thank you for the recognition. Our dispatchers work day in and day out tirelessly, making sure our citizens feel safe at night. So they really appreciate the recognition. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chief. All right, this is a time for public participation. It's set aside for members of the public to directly speak to the City Council on any item that is not on the agenda specifically. There are several here that I see for 8D. Anyway, there are 3 minutes, and I have some cards already, so we'll start with John.
John Gibbeline. I love all this stuff. You know, I've been around technology for over 50 years. I was a programmer and all that kind of good stuff, and I can mention all the languages, and if you know what those are, then you're old, like me, and everything like that. But the most important thing I can tell you is that when I heard what was going on last meeting is that, you know, we're going to chlorinate the water and we're going to do that. Delivering infrastructure. I don't care how good a communication you got. I don't care how, great a website you got. If you can't deliver services to the community, none of that matters. None of it. And what bothers me, listening to that, is that, we're repaving roads And I assumed, just like we did on Main Street, we spent almost $10 million redoing that whole street with water services and sewage pipes and all that kind of good stuff. But I assume that if we're going to repave all these streets, that we know if there are problems, and if we don't know that there's problems, what's the useful life? If we don't know what the useful life of what's underneath the street here, we're wasting our money. These are big, big ticket items. It's as big as you can think of what goes on in this community for an older community. And, you know, I had to go and work a few weeks underneath my house last October, digging up my sewer pipes. A lot of fun for somebody my age. But I saved a few $1,000 and everything else like that. But the one thing I can't do, you know, I've repaired my main water line, and I've repaired all sorts of stuff around my house. I can't repair what's underneath the street in front of my house. And if that goes bad, and like we got an old thing, we need to know what's going on. And whatever it takes, I mean, you can have all this money and things like that, but it's just like the services guy, municipal services guy, was telling us, we need to know all that stuff. We need to know, you know, where we're at, what the useful life is, and most importantly, how much money it's going to cost over the next decades to do all this stuff. Don't waste your money tearing up roads and not fixing something that should be replaced. Just like on a car, if you replace certain things, like a timing chain, well, you replace the water pump. Even though the water pump is working, the useful life on it's not too long, and you've got it torn out, you repair it. So that's all I'm saying to you. We need to find that out, and whatever you got to do, I think you need to do it.
Milt? You filled out a card, but did you not want to speak?
Yes, good evening, Milt Treeweiler. First, I want to begin by thanking Nick and Stephanie for their presentation on technology. And I thought Nick pointed out something that was new to me, kind of, the fact that one of the most important concerns of all cities is the human aspect of it, the human personal, you know, making a mistake. And I notice on my computer, sometimes things come up on my screen that don't look right to me, and I instantly just close the screen. And I've had that happen several times, and I have good protection on my computer, but it still happens. So we have to be very careful about that, and that was emphasized by Nick, and Stephanie emphasized all the things that we can do with media technology and how it can be a great benefit to our city. I'm really looking forward to that. I did also want to talk about something that was pulled tonight. It's no longer on the agenda, but when I get the agenda, the first thing I do is read over the agenda, and I look at each item, and if there's anything about an area, I actually put down the address, and I make a map and go around Turlock and check each site. Well, on this agenda, when I came to 5G, and there were several other items too, similar to that, I went over to the divisions that are asking for completion of their work that's done, or their requirements that they need to provide for the city before they can get their subdivisions recorded. And I was kind of surprised when I went to 3007 East Tuolumne Road, because this is a housing project, and there are 60 houses that are going to be put into this project, and it was basically only about 2/3 completed. It's still lacking about 20 homes. They're still building a lot of these homes, so it's certainly not a project that's close to being finished. And yet there was a notice here that developers using subdivision map processes must either install the improvements prior to recordation of the final map or execute an agreement to install improvements within a specified amount of time. In an effort to expedite the recordation of the final map, the developers of the La Chateau subdivision elected to execute an agreement to install the improvements. And I know in the past we've had some issues with this. Developers have said they were going to do something. We need to get all the proper paperwork completed on this. We need to have all the I's dotted and the Ts crossed when we do this type of thing, so that we have ourselves covered. We've lost money in the past because we didn't have those things done. Thank you.
Lori Smith?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, city staff, and public. I'm just here to give a little update on our museum. Due to us being able to get some more volunteers, that we are now open on Saturdays from 9 to 5. And the most exciting thing that's happening is that we are in the final stages of, we've had all newspapers dating back to 1896, I believe, digitized. And that stuff will be available at the museum. For now, it's free to, it will be free to members. We're still working out the details if you're not a member, but membership starts at $25 a year. So you can have a lot of access for that. But we're excited about that. So that's it.
All right. Ramon?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. The presentation on technology and communications is critical. It's refreshing and very important. I agree on everything. But the technology part, there's like a term about what 90% of cybersecurity issues caused by humans. There's like another term that I call social engineering, because sometimes there are tricksters that will trick people thinking that's official, and once they click on it, it looks official. It's too late, and the attack happens, and it happens on a human level. And as Modesto and Oakland has been hit by its series of cyber attacks, and cybersecurity is really important and critical for the city's IT needs, and we need to start upgrading, toughening up the systems, updating software, everything, just to keep data and mission critical data safe from hackers, safe from malware, safe from ransomware and any issues, because once it hits, it's too late and it costs a lot of money. As for communications, I've went to the Turlock website and it does need a lot of updating, and we can take advantage of all the technology, social media, chat bots, AI, you name it, because people need to get access and reliable source from the city right away. And for social media, that'll be good because people need to know what's going on with the city, and if they want to learn about stuff or events or have questions about what's going on in the city, they can be engaged. They can participate in any city events or community goings and whatsoever. So communication is important because we want people to keep in touch with this community. And as for roads, right now, I've been everywhere around Turlock. The roads are cracking up, and I've been seeing moss and grass and weeds growing from the cracked roads, and as well as pieces of asphalt chunks and rocks. That's like a huge safety hazard, as well as potholes, because we've been having a lot of rain. And it's really frustrating and difficult because driving around, it causes the cars to have issues with the suspension systems, and it costs money to replace tires. To make a attractive place to do business and to live, we gotta fix the roads, because people are gonna find elsewhere, and it's not gonna be good for the city. So roads are important, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kathy Dew?
Well, good evening. Not too high. Good evening, Mayor, council people. So glad to see you all up here. Thank you very much for all that you do. I'm here tonight to ask some questions. I'm here representing not just myself, but also the Turlock Democratic Club. We had a board meeting the other night, and we have been, of course, doing monthly food preparation for the We Care clients, and we're very proud of the work that we do, but we have not had a working kitchen for about 2 years now. We want to know what the progress is. We want to know what is the status of the remodel. Where is the funding? What's the situation on that? And we as a club want to know if there's anything that we can do to help move this along, get involved, attend some meetings, whatever it is that will push the progress forward. I understand it takes a long time to get public works and funding together to make things this big happen. But 2 years is a lot of time. Now, we have been feeding with them at another place across the street, but my experience with food preparation and keeping food warm and keeping it sanitary and compliant with food safety regulations, we're falling kind of short on that because we can't keep food warm. There's nothing over there at the other place that will do that. We also can't cook. So there's some refrigeration, but that's about it. So I don't know what's required to get this as an agenda item for an update, but please consider that. And then also, this is our effort to do something. April 29th is Improve Your City Day. Yeah. So let's do something on April 29th to highlight this issue out there. I think that's kind of a blight on our community, that we're letting this fall through the cracks, the reconstruction of a very needed shelter, or at the very least communicate to our community that we care about the homeless, that we want to do something to make sure that we have their interest and the We Care Shelter's interest at heart. Okay? Thank you.
So, can she have an offline conversation with Mr. Schultz, or what would you like?
Well, I'll be glad to start that conversation with her myself and get her into the right places. And if the council wants at a future date, I'll be glad to bring an update on the We Care program.
Just tell us when you've got it fixed.
Okay.
Did you put your number on there, Kathy? Okay. Sure. Do you have a piece of paper can you get it for her, Sarah? Thank you so much. Okay, and Kristen Santos, Congressman Duarte's office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Kristan Santos from the office of Congressman John Duarte. My colleague Gavin Klein, who's the field rep for Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties, couldn't be here tonight, but he would like to say hello as well. Congressman Duarte would like to take some time to say thank you to the citizens of Turlock for coming out last Wednesday night to the beautiful Carnegie Arts Center in downtown Turlock here for Government Night. The Congressman's incredibly grateful to have been able to have meaningful, respectful, bipartisan conversations with Senator Maria Alvarado Gil, Assemblymember Juan Alanis, Supervisor Vito Queza, and Mayor Bublak. I believe plenty of our city was represented as well. We had Councilmember Abram, Vice Mayor Franco, and our City Manager Wilson as well on everyday issues that affect the Turlock community, such as water policy and public safety. And speaking of water policy, Congressman Duarte joined Congressman Westerman of Arkansas, chair of the House Natural Resources Committee, and Congressman Bentz of Oregon, chair of the Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries Subcommittee, for a tour and a field hearing in Tulare today with the congressional delegation from California. And they had a chance to speak to farmers and dairymen that have been devastated by recent flooding, and our office is incredibly glad to have been able to have the opportunity to show the wider American public how California water policy affects their livelihoods and food budgets, not just of working families here in the Central Valley, but across the nation. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to being a part of more events here in Turlock. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, I do have other cards, but that's for 8D. Is there anyone who didn't fill it out that wanted to speak in just public comment? Come on up. You got to get your hand up higher. I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm hiding back there. Good evening. Okay, back in December, before that, I was under the impression that the kitchen project for We Care was a county project. So back in December, Legacy Health Endowment was tasked with identifying existing programs with a track record of success of helping individuals to end their homelessness. We were told there would be monthly reports. So why have we not had a single presentation? And why is the city proposing a series of programs without presenting their track records of success? Based upon data provided by WeCare, they will serve around 400 unduplicated individuals this year, which proves, in my opinion, that several hundred transients come through Turlock yearly. One of WeCare's long-time volunteers stated, I quote, "They come from out of town, stay for a few days, then realize there's nothing for them to do in Turlock and eventually leave." End of quote. I contend that if you open a day center next to WeCare, many transients will stay longer, if not permanently, in Turlock, thus increasing our homeless count, the drain on our service providers, and the damage to our local community. I propose that anyone coming to our service providers have a week to meet with a navigator to determine the causes of their homelessness and to develop a plan to address their issues. Not doing so will be a violation of the rules, and services will be denied until they have done so. This will allow the focus to be more on those who are willing to be helped and should reduce the number of transients. In my opinion, we need to start demanding transparency and accountability from city staff and the service providers to whom the city has given directly or indirectly millions of dollars. As a paramedic for AMR recently wrote on Facebook, I quote, "The southern sections of our city looks like a dump, and it's migrating through the entire city. I would challenge our leaders to walk alone in a southern neighborhood after 9 p.m. It's like a zombie film. You will see individuals begin to roam the parking lots, gas stations, eateries, and even private residences. Enough is enough." End of quote. Thank you.
Bob?
Hi, Bob Puffer, Turlock. There were two motions that were pulled from the agenda. I was just wondering what they were. I was a little late getting here.
It's consent item 5G, George, and item 8B, Boy.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public participation. Motion waiving reading of all ordinances on the agenda except by title.
So moved.
Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram? Yes. Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. Consent calendar, again, 5G was pulled. Any other items to be considered separate? If not,
Motion to approve minus 5G.
we have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram? Yes. Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes. Passes 5-0. Final readings, we have none. Item 7, public hearings. Item A, the public hearing for this item has been rescheduled to April 25th. So there's a third item that will not be heard today, although I believe I have to open it. Is that correct? Because it's on here? Mr. Petrolakis? Let me open it to the public. Anybody wishing to speak on this TMC? Okay, I'll close that public comment and we will move on, and that will come back on the 25th. Item 8A, approving a professional service agreement informal of the city attorney between the city of Turlock and Sloan, Sakai, Young, and Wong. And that would be Miss Jessie Dami. I probably killed every one of those names. Apologize.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City Staff. The item before you this evening is a request to approve an agreement between the City of Turlock and Sloan, Sakai, Young, Wong to conduct a comprehensive compensation and classification study in the amount not to exceed $148,500. The purpose of this study is to provide the city an understanding of any problem areas and a sense of where the city is with its competing agencies. This study provides factual information and determines whether or not the city is best positioned, provides internal equities, external equities, efficient and cost-effective. This item supports building a high-performing organization by attracting and retaining high-performance employees by successfully competing for and retaining employee talent in the job market. It's best practice for an industry to complete these types of studies every 3 to 5 years. This is based on the rapid changes we are living and experiencing, such as retirements. The pandemic plays a factor, as it's caused a dramatic shift in the public sector over the last 3 years, where work life is being reevaluated by both employees and employers. In addition, current niches in the job market that are of high demand, such as engineers and IT, are at an all-time shortage, but the demand for these positions has kicked up tremendously, and agencies across the board are altering their recruitment salary ranges to stay competitive. So staff had initiated this process by conducting a formal RFP, received 2 unfavored bid proposals. The first RFP was due to staff realizing that the quotes ranged from $40,000 to $295,000. So staff conducted a formal interview process and determined that all of the vendors needed an opportunity to resubmit their quotes, understanding that not all of the vendors received the addendum, which explained that this was not just a comp study, but it was a classification study as well. And after the second RFP was unfavorable, staff determined that it would be best to abolish both RFPs, and we reached out to our top 2 vendors based on our interviews and their proposals. And that's how we determined that Sloan, Sakai, Young, I'm messing up on the name, I apologize. Sloan, Sakai, Young, and Wong would be the city's best choice for a classification and compensation study. So I'd like to introduce Jeff. And Jeff's going to go ahead and introduce himself and explain a little bit more about the details involved in the study.
Thank you
Jeff.
very much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. My name is Jeff Rothman, not one of the 4 names in the firm. Let me first of all, we're delighted to be here this evening and briefly giving you just a quick overview of the project, which we are anxious to begin. I know the city is as well. It's taken a while, obviously, to get to this particular point. Let me give you a little bit of background about myself and the firm. Our firm was formed in 2004. It consists largely of attorneys and non-attorneys who were at the time or previously had worked in the public sector. So as an example, virtually all of our attorneys either worked at some point at PERB or for the state of California or for various cities and counties. I had been, prior to joining the firm, the Employee Relations Director for the City and County of San Francisco. City and County of San Francisco, which employs some 30,000 employees. So it's a fairly large organization, a lot of activity. We think our firm is unique in a couple of ways. One is it is made up largely of former public employees. Secondly, we work only for public agencies, and we work on the management side for public agencies. So we do a wide variety of labor and employment activities, always serving the public sector and always in California. So our main office currently is in Sacramento, and we have a second office in Emeryville, which is where I'm based. Very briefly, this particular project really gets to the heart of human resources programming in the public sector. As you all know, as members of the council, the majority of public funds on an annual basis are spent for employee compensation. That's what you spend most of your money for. And you do it for a very particular reason, and that is because you're a service organization, and therefore you need staffing to provide the services that the public has mandated be provided by the city. The The second part of the study deals with classification. Classification basically is a study of how you have organized work within the organization. And it's a process of documenting that in a way that allows it to be used as core for a whole series of processes, including setting compensation, recruiting, training, evaluating, promoting, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a absolutely essential part of the human resources system. Getting back to compensation for a second. Compensation programs, generally speaking, need to be evaluated from time to time to ensure that they are achieving their core purposes. And what are their core purposes? Purpose one, recruitment. You have to have a program which allows you to fill your jobs. You have to be able to recruit. And the second thing the programs have to do is they have to allow you to retain qualified individuals once you get them through the door. So recruitment and retention are the key objectives of the compensation program. How do you know the program is doing what it's supposed to do? Well, you have a number of measures. One is your turnover rate. One is how many people walk through the door when you post a recruitment bulletin. And another essential measure and metric is from time to time looking around at competing organizations and determining the compensation programs in those organizations. And what we are about to do here is exactly that. We're going to go out and we are going to collect data from about a dozen other public agencies in the immediate area, comparable to Turlock, and determine what their compensation and benefit programs look like, and then compare that to Turlock. I have no idea, frankly, I have not conducted studies for Turlock previously, so I can't tell you what the outcome is going to be. There's no crystal balls here. The idea is to obtain information which is objective and which is verifiable. Objective and verifiable. That's the best quality information for you to have available and for you to use as a basis for decision making. I can argue that you pay too much, you pay too little. Members of the public often argue, oh, you're overpaying public employees. No, they're not paid well enough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's only in the conduct of studies and the collection of quality information that you can make a judgment on your own as to whether your compensation and benefit programs are adequate. There are three elements that precede the actual conduct of a survey, or three elements which have to be defined to conduct a survey. First, who are your comparators? Seems obvious, but that's a very, very important element. Now, the city has what we call a universe of comparators that they have used previously, and they've asked us to evaluate those, but generally speaking, continue with the same group. Normally, when cities and counties conduct compensation surveys, they continue with a fairly stable group of comparators. If you throw out the group that you used last time and bring in a whole new group, it's going to probably dramatically change the outcome of surveys, and that's not really the point. The point is, on a continuing basis, how does the city of Turlock look in terms of compensation and benefits compared to a fairly stable group of comparators? So job number one, define the comparators. Job number two, determine which job categories or which job classes you're going to use as a basis for this study. Now, you've got almost 200 different classifications in Turlock, and if you attempt to study every one of those 200, what you're going to get is rather randomized outcomes, because not every one of the comparators will be able to match for each of your 200. So the objective is to identify a core group of benchmark classes which are easily matched and highly representative and can be used to predict compensation patterns for other closely related classes within this organization, I should say. The third issue is determining what data points or what kind of information is going to be collected. Generally speaking, the kind of information is going to fall into two big buckets. One is information about cash, meaning salary to employees, and any supplements. For instance, for police, we usually survey things like post-pay, educational pay, longevity pay, uniform pay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because in public safety, there are a whole series of enhanced pay elements, which are important to be able to identify and frankly can be a very substantial part of the compensation package. Again, I'm sure having seen budgets, you're familiar with that. The next major area that we survey involves retirement. And we're interested in looking not only at what your contributions are for retirement, but also what are the employees' obligations in terms of how much they contribute toward retirement. At this particular point, as you know, in California, we have a two-tier retirement program. We have employees who call classic employees, who typically came to work for public agencies, particularly CalPERS agencies prior to 2013. And we had employees who came to work since then, who generally are called PEPRA employees. They come under the PEPRA retirement program. And we survey for both of those types of employees. Virtually all new employees, of course, are PEPRA employees, but most employers still have pretty close to half of their employees under the classic program, which impacts your budget because you're paying for the employer share of those programs. The third area that we typically survey involves health and welfare benefits. And that's typically health, dental, vision, and related insurances, all very, very important to employees. And over the last 20 to 30 years, as I'm sure you all know, what was once a very relatively small part of compensation has become, in many cases, 30% more of the cost of compensation, particularly for lower paid jobs. Health benefits are extremely important. So once those three elements have been defined, we go out and become familiar with the classification plans in the agencies that you want to survey, become familiar with their organization structures, become familiar with their labor agreements, become familiar with their benefit plans, extract that information, collect it, analyze it, evaluate it, and present it to you so that you have a basis to assess your, if you will, competitiveness within that market. We use a two-analyst strategy, which is we never have one analyst collect all of the information. Once the first analyst has collected the information, a second analyst has to reassess all of the information. Why? Because when you're collecting an incredible amount of data, if you want reliable outcomes, and presumably that's exactly what we're attempting to give you very reliable outcomes, you need to utilize very rigorous methods, not only for collecting the data, confirming the data, and ensuring that it's correct. So that's basically the compensation plan. That's going to be the first of the two parts of this. So compensation data will come before the classification program. The classification program is built on a very, very simple strategy, and that strategy is rely on the people who know most about the jobs to provide the data. Who knows most about the jobs? Employees and their supervisors and managers. I don't know what people in the city of Turlock do, but I'm guessing, and we've certainly had this experience everywhere else that we've been, that when we speak with employees and their supervisors and managers, they are remarkably fluent in explaining to us exactly what they do. So we want to take that information as it's gathered and use it to update your classification plan, which are all of the documents and all of the descriptions that describe your workforce and how you've elected here in the city of Turlock to organize work. Again, that's an essential part of the human resources process and program for any public agency, and particularly important here because I understand, for instance, from the staff that it's been quite a while since you've had a chance to look at the whole classification program. Compensation studies, I know, have been done more recently. That's very typical, once every 3 to 5 years. Classification studies are huge. They're very labor intensive. You heard some of the cost estimates, and they are very expensive to do because they mean people have to be engaged in collecting that data, analyzing that data, and rewriting all of the documents that now exist in the classification program. That having been said, this is not going to be our first time out of the gate. We do this on a regular basis. We're currently doing several studies around California that are like this. They have compensation and classification components. We're very experienced at doing these, and we look forward to working with your staff. To date, we've been very pleased to have an opportunity to meet a number of the folks in your Human Resources Office and City Manager's Office, and we look forward to working with a wider variety of staff going forward. I will say, by the way, that we start our programs not just with presentations to city councils and elected officials, but by conducting informational sessions with employees and labor organizations. Our core theme is transparency. There's nothing secret or hidden or nefarious about our process, and inclusiveness. This is a program that's going to impact employees, and we want to be sure they understand what we're doing and that they have an opportunity to dialogue with us throughout that process. Any questions?
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Rothman, for your very detailed explanation of this. You mentioned, and I think Director Domingue mentioned, every 3 to 5 years is when we should do a compensation study. What about the classification study? You said that's a lot bigger. What can we look forward to down the road?
Okay, so great question. Classification studies can be done in a couple of different ways. One is the full organizational study, which is what we're looking at here. It can also be done on a maintenance basis. And when I say maintenance basis, there are a number of procedures which the HR staff is undertaking on a regular basis. For instance, every time they do a recruitment, they also do a job analysis. And a job analysis is also a necessary tool for collecting classification information. So if you can marry the idea of a continuing program where you're continuously updating your system, and then with some degree of frequency, maybe every 10 years or so, ensuring that the whole system is up to date, that's sufficient usually. With regard to compensation, compensation surveys are often done in conjunction with labor negotiations. And the 3 to 5 year issue is a good measure, not only because, as was mentioned, occupational availability changes with time. For instance, right now, public agencies are really stressed to find professional engineers. Boy, if somebody's going to college today, I would say seriously consider engineering, because frankly, there are jobs available both in the public and private sector. But it's really hard, and what happens in cases like that is employers start to chase candidates with compensation, and you see certain sectors rise rapidly. We've seen that with IT for the last decade or so. Now it's happening with engineering and health care occupations as well. They've gone up, and obviously they've jumped again with COVID. So 3 to 5 years is good. But I would say if you can undertake larger studies about once every 10 years, that would be a good benchmark for scheduling.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, just how do you get, I mean, obviously we're paying you to do a study for us. How do you get the other 8, 9, 10 agencies to be straight with you? I mean, obviously compensation for public employees is public record, correct?
Yes.
So the rest of the things, I mean, what's in it for the other city to give you any information?
Well, first of all, the other cities often are very interested in helping their other cities in their area. Secondly, other cities often request copies of the studies that we complete, and while it will be up to you as to whether or not you share them, public agencies tend to share the studies. So those studies can be very helpful to them. Typically what we do is, of course, recommend agencies that have worked with us, participated in the studies, to the HR director and the city manager to say, if they're requesting copies of studies, we certainly would recommend that you share. Folks that didn't cooperate or didn't participate with you, that's a different conversation. But generally speaking, they benefit from the studies too. That's the point. I think their sense of professionalism, their sense of shared common interest, it seriously motivates them. And in our experience, there are a few agencies, to be honest, it doesn't matter how many times we call them or send them emails or whatever, you just don't hear from them. But the majority of agencies are just great. They really are.
What is the estimated time to complete the study, start to finish?
The compensation study is probably about a 3-month effort. We don't intend to actively begin the classification part of the study until we're almost done with the compensation study. Classification studies are more, and particularly you've got around 400 jobs, we would estimate that's more likely to run 4 to 6 months. That also relies heavily on the availability of city staff to participate because they're the key sources of information. For the compensation study, we're collecting most of the information. But for classification, most of the data is coming from employees, and there's time lags with the availability of employees. They have other things to do. This is not their highest priority, et cetera, et cetera. So that can be more time consuming. Plus, there's considerably more documents being reviewed, being rewritten, et cetera. So it's a longer process.
Okay, and then has your firm done any studies for anybody in our area here in the Central Valley?
Right now, we're just completing a study for the city of Modesto. We've done a number of studies for the city of Stockton. We've done a number of studies for San Joaquin County. We're based in Sacramento, and we do work up in Sacramento. So, yes, we're delighted to have been retained by a whole number of cities and counties in the Central Valley.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. To Mr. Rothman, how many hours do you think this study will take you guys to complete?
Both studies combined?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The compensation study that we're looking at is probably 150 to 200 hour study. The classification study is going to run at least 500 hours. Incidentally, we have an interesting approach to costing the study from a billing perspective, which is the dollar amount that we proposed, and that's before council this evening, is a not to exceed amount. It's not a flat project cost. We bill on an hourly basis, and in the overwhelming majority number of projects that we do, Modesto would be a good example, we don't get close to our not to exceed number. In fact, Modesto called us last week to say, gee, you had a lot of money left unspent. How about doing 2 more projects? To which we're doing right now. So we don't charge on we're not going to send you a bill for that dollar amount unless that matches the number of hours that we actually spent on the project.
Okay, thank you. And also to Jesse.
Yeah.
We had 3 proposals, and 2 of them were unfavorable. So this was the only one that had a favorable response?
No, let me clarify. So we conducted 2 RFPs. The first RFP, we had several vendors interested, but not all vendors understood that we were doing a class and comp study. So after interviewing and reviewing the reports and the bids, we closed that RFP, reopened a second RFP, which we received unfavorable results, and mainly it was because the vendors didn't have the resources or the approach and methodology that we were looking for in this study.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No. You got it. All right, thank you. Let's open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Is this compensation study required for when you go into, I don't know, negotiations with union, or, I mean, it sounds like a very nice study and all that stuff, but how is it directly needed by the city? I mean, most of our positions already are probably matched up very closely to other cities up and down the state, or up and down the valley anyway, that we'd be competing with. And as far as the compensation, most of it's listed on open jobs from other cities. I just did a quick math, 148,500 at 700 total hours is $212 an hour. And I know you said that's not to exceed, but that is a pretty good price. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if you'd
Sure.
like, I can respond to that. Okay. Clearly, there is not a legal requirement, as I understand it, within the city's rules to do compensation studies. However, in labor relations, if you were to reach an impasse with your labor organizations in the process of negotiation, and if the labor organization sought fact-finding under state law, they're allowed fact-finding under, I believe was Senate Bill 646. One of the criteria that fact-finders must consider is wages and benefits available to other similarly situated public employees, which would mean you will have to do a study in order to have that information available. So while there is not an express requirement, as I understand it, saying you must do a study every 3 years, if doing the study beside having the information and making decisions in labor programs and human resources programs also puts you in a situation where you are prepared in the eventuality that your one or other or more labor organizations request fact-finding under the state process.
Your billing rate was, what, 500 an hour?
No, no, that would be an attorney's rate. We don't use attorneys in the process. In any case,
I understand.
No. In this process, they would add tremendously, but they would be expensive. Our billing rate actually.
Billing rate under the contract, sir.
There's not a single billing rate. It's dependent. Our analysts are billed at $100 an hour.
Okay.
Okay. And my own rate is $275 an hour. I oversee the project. The analysts do most of the work. So most of the work is actually done at the lower end of the scale.
Okay. Ron, were you gonna speak?
Yeah, okay, some general questions. If I remember right, looking at the agenda item, Livermore was one of the comparable cities. I know you don't want to change the cities because that makes it hard to compare in the past, but I mean, Livermore is a very high price compared to Turlock, okay? Okay, you won't like any of the rest of this. But, you know, it's me.
It's you, Ron.
It's me, okay?
Don't go changing on us.
Okay. I would ask if you know, comparison to comparable job categories in private industry. Okay, so obviously some jobs, you know, like the police and fire, you know, there's not comparable. Okay, but you also are competing not just against other cities, but also against the private industry. And if the price of public employees get too high, then you really need to consider using contract employees, okay? Don't really quite have the same feedback control that they have in the private industry. And what I mean by that is, you know, let's say we raise the salaries of everyone in Turlock up to the level they have in Livermore. Then Livermore does their thing because, you know, their union comes to their city council and says, oh, you're not paying us enough. I mean, those hicks down in Turlock are getting the same amount we're getting, okay? So then, you know, we should be at least 25% above them because, you know, we're they're very good, smart people, and they're just, you know, cow manure people, okay? We're digging ditches. Okay, you know, I mean, I scraped out the cow manure when I was just a little kid. Yeah, what was the point I was going to try and make? So, okay, I'm standing here making a fool of myself. I would just like to see if we can include information about comparable jobs and categories in private industry. Okay, so thank you.
You want to cover it?
Well, I won't comment on Livermore.
Smart.
With regard to private sector data, there are a number of reasons why most public employers are unable, frankly, to use private sector data. And the very first reason is much of that information is proprietary. It's not public information. And unlike most public agencies, where all of this wage information is public, they're under no obligation to share it with us. And for the most part, they don't share it because they recognize you are a competitor of theirs. To the extent that we look, we could look at job ads, et cetera, et cetera. There are some ways to get it, but unless the industries are unionized. So, for instance, if you wanted to know what your plumbers are paid if they worked in the private sector, we could certainly identify a plumbing union contract and say, the contract provides for $37 an hour or whatever the rate is. But it's for companies that are not public companies, they are under no obligation to share information, and typically they don't. Plus, their compensation programs tend not to be in many ways similar to the public sector. One of the major issues in public sector compensation, quite frankly, is the retirement program, the defined benefit program, which is fairly unique. Very difficult to match up with private sector employers because virtually no private sector employer offers that type of a program. So you begin to get into an apples, and I think there is certainly value in looking for a field for compensation information. I think we have to be realistic based on experience in terms of where we are likely to get it. I mentioned objective and verifiable as two very important criteria. Those typically are criteria that would be difficult to satisfy in collecting private sector information.
Anybody else? Travis?
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. Rana, thank you for looking out for the city in every way you do. You're never annoying. I greatly appreciate all you do for the city, so don't ever feel that way. I obviously see the benefit in doing something like this. I feel like the shortfall, though, is that we've had 2 RFP processes that failed, and we didn't even, and I'm not saying that we didn't, but it sounds like we haven't even called a city in our own county that's used the same program or same corporation that did this exact thing. Modesto is what he said he represented before, and it sounds like they encouraged him to share the data. That we had 2 RFP processes, and we haven't even asked other cities if they have any data that we can verify. Now, I do see the value in doing one of these. I only say that if we recommend doing it every 3 to 5 years, that going forward, maybe we can try to work with other cities. If we're partnering with 10 cities to get their data and information anyways, it would be at least worth the phone call to start getting some of those cities on board within the next 3 to 5 years to see if this is something that we can pay for collaboratively to try to save some of the taxpayer dollars. It is probably something that the county should probably even be helping out with, or we come together as multiple cities instead of paying $150,000 for each city when it's the exact same report for those 10 cities. So that's my only suggestion going forward is, if we're going to put out these RFPs, we should make the phone calls to see what other cities, what other data that they have access to that they'd be willing to share, and if that would answer the questions that we're going forward to. But I do agree that you need a professional company because when you're negotiating with labor unions or those, it's nice to have a reliable source that you can go to and say that you're on par with what's required.
Got it. Anybody else? Okay, let's close the public comment and bring it back for some dialogue here. What do you guys want?
Well, you haven't said anything.
I don't. I'm listening. You answered the question, so you guys actually didn't say anything other. You were asking questions, so we haven't done it in how many years?
Yes, staff has researched a complete classification and compensation study. It hasn't been done since 1990. 30 years, over 30 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been longer than 15 years that I've been here, so. Okay. It's necessary, and we're probably gonna find many things where we're better at and things that we're worse at, and As we all know, everybody's chasing the dollar, so there is no, this will come as no shock. We'll go through all this, and then they'll know where to go get their money at $5 more or something. And we lose a lot of fire and police because of this, but it is important if we're trying to retain people and let them know that they're valued for longevity's sake. So I think it's a necessary evil, if you will. Something like that, yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
I mean, it seems very expensive when you think about how expensive City Gate was. This was like twice that. I don't know if our RFP process was flawed or we just didn't get any responses. But this seems a little pricey. I know we need it. So that's just food for thought.
So you want me to barter with him here?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you get it down a little bit?
So, she's right, and that's my struggle
I
with
hate
this.
when she's right.
She's the budget queen. I agree with her. It's necessary. We need it. We haven't done it in 30 years, but my question is, can HR do any of this, and can we do something about the $150,000 price tag? Because it seems like that's a lot of money. How much was Citygate? 75 for Citygate we spent to revamp our entire fire service. I mean, 150 grand steep for what we're asking for, I think.
Does it make you feel better if the 50 is in this fiscal year and the hundreds in the next?
No, because that's just kicking the can down the road.
Understood.
I would say that, Citygate is not necessarily a fair comparison because this is the entire organization, 400 employees. Fire is one division of that. And, in the 3 months that I've been here, I've heard from every person I've talked to, staffing, we're short on staffing. And if this is in service of helping us fill our ranks so we can serve the city better, serve our residents better, I think that, call it a necessary evil, if you will, but the necessary part is what we need to focus on.
It probably wouldn't have cost this much if we hadn't spent the last 30 years not doing it, but.
We got a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
No.
Councilmember Moniz?
No.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, it passes with the 3-2. Thank you for your time. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. let's try and get back to your seats. The music's gonna stop. Harry, you sure you want that seat?
Where are we going?
Music's gonna stop. You need a chair.
What are we on?
Sorry, Mayor.
Yep.
Benches.
Benches.
Where's Ms. Smith?
Benches.
Who's presenting? Sims?
Councilmember Bixel?
You're Sims tonight? All right.
Good night.
It's all good.
All right, if you guys want to take a seat, we'll get going again, please. Councilmember Bixel? All right, we're going to get started again. If you would like to start, Mr. Laura. Please.
Well, Travis is.
Okay, Travis isn't here. Where'd Lori go? I stole an Altoid. I stole one of your Altoids. Because Pam's not here. She didn't bring them. I stole some already. Yeah, I told her. Thank you.
I heard you, Mayor.
Hot mic.
Okay.
Shall we?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, and staff. This action item before you tonight is a motion to approve or deny the request from the Turlock Downtown Property Owners Association's request to remove the 17 specified benches throughout Turlock's downtown area. This item was requested to be agendized by the Downtown Association, and city staff are neutral on the final determination of the request. As noted in the staff report, the benches were initially implemented for visitors to sit on while enjoying the downtown area, but due to continued misuse, graffiti, and unsanitary conditions, the Downtown Property Owners Association feels the benches deter visitors and has adversely impacted their businesses. At this time, I'd like to introduce Travis Regalo, executive, did I butcher that? I'm sorry. Executive Director for the Downtown Association to discuss this request.
Thank you, guys. So this has been an item that the downtown businesses have been working on for quite a while now. The benches they have always been a nice aesthetic, pleasing part of the downtown, but the maintenance on them doesn't always go as we would like. Here's some examples of the benches that we're talking about. As you can see, the graffiti gets stained in them, and some of those stains are not just ink. We'll get into that a little bit more. We did do a bench survey just recently. Last one was done September 9th, 2022. These are the closest businesses to the benches that are directly in front of or near, and these guys have the most impact from the benches in front of their doorways or around their businesses. I went through and took some pictures of all the benches that we're talking about downtown. I do want to make note of the 3W building here. The walls, or the Williams, this one right here. Yeah, wall rooms. Those two benches will not be taken out. That is part of their design plan, and there is a ramp there. So for the safety reasons, those ones will stay in. But all the other ones with the backs are the ones that we are talking about here. As you can see in this picture, we did try putting some of the armrests in there. They very frequently get kicked off or ripped off. This was one of the lucky situations where this one got ripped off and it did not break the board. But very commonly, normally when they kick them off, it destroys that backboard, and then we have sharp edges that we have to go back and try to replace or fix. Here's some more pictures of the graffiti. I'll try to make this PowerPoint short and sweet. I know we have kind of discussed this already. Once again, the Wall Williams and Wilson building, the design plan, so they will stay. beautification standards, the benches in the original design of downtown were beautiful and useful. Today's society needs have changed. These benches are now eyesores, constantly torn up by transients, graffiti, defecated on, urinated on, bad shape from abuse. Visitors report feeling unsafe and unsanitary. I told a story about that we hear quite often. Restaurants, we have beautiful, downtown is a pretty beautiful downtown, especially relative to a lot of local downtowns. We have a lot of pride in our downtown here, and it's hard to encourage those to come down to and pay premium dollars for some of our downtown restaurants when they're sitting outside and you have someone defecating or urinating publicly right there on a bench. I do want to make clear that this is not an issue that we want to bring forth with transients or homeless. It's the sanitary aspect of this that we are arguing here. This is the list of the benches with the where they are located at. There is the exception of the two on the bottom that will remain. Some of the benches, some of the spots have two benches, some of the spots only have one. And so not all of them are on Main Street, some of them are on the side streets directly off of Main Street. The proposal tonight is that we have the authority to remove them. I do not believe it was put on there with a deadline, and that was, I hope it stayed that way because that was on purpose to allow us as we go forward and make some of the changes we're making with the downtown to be able to remove them when necessary, if necessary. We're trying to just streamline some of these processes that we're taking. As of right now, the vote is to remove the benches, but I know that there was some public concern about trying some things. I had some council members that reached out to ask some questions, and I know that some of those questions were not fulfilled, so I didn't want to postpone the vote on this. So it's very clear that it does not have a end date on how it's proposed right now. So we do want to remove them, but if there is a solution, we love our benches. We think that they are beautiful. It's just the sanitary aspect of it that we're working on. I know that the police chief has done some recent programs downtown that we are seeing some great benefits on, so we look forward to seeing the results of those over time. And so when we start seeing some of those results, maybe we can talk about other benches or programs that we can bring back. At one time we were talking about our flower planters are round. We could use a round flower planter that would help with deterring the people from sleeping on them or graffitiing them, because the flower planters are already there, and that they're still give a place to rest. So my point to that is that there is things that we want to talk about and explore, but at this time the wood benches that we have here, they just don't get maintained or washed or sanitized, and it's for us, we feel it's unsafe to watch people from out of town come and sit down or try to eat a meal off of them, knowing that just that morning there was someone's feces there. So any questions? I mean, I heard a lot of public comment that may have been sad to see the benches go, but I want to very clearly say that it's the sanitation that it almost just it needs to be done before we have something bad happen.
So Travis, when Lori brought this originally, I thought it was a good idea, and then the public feedback started coming in. So here's my question. Mm-hmm. Do we have to remove and not replace? Because I completely understand the sanitation issues with urine and feces, and there's a lot going on with that. But if we just remove the benches, now downtown Turlock is a historic destination. Yeah. People, you just said it. People come from out of town just to be here in our downtown area, and it's beautiful. And I have lots of people making other little people that need to sit down on a bench because they're 7 or 8 months along. Yeah. We have seniors that like to take walks downtown, and they need a spot, to cop a squat.
Yeah.
So my question is, I checked the Bay Area cities, and I know we're the Valley of the Bay Area, but because of the issues with the unsheltered and the sanitation problems that are occurring, they're switching out to a metal bench. It's a cooling metal, so it doesn't get hot in the summer, but it's really easy just to, the street team could hit it and it cleans up. The wood is porous. Urine is going to sit there. Wood is different than metal.
Yeah.
So could we maybe replace instead of
That
just
is a
remove?
great point, and I want to remind you guys that we are in, and I hate to put this plug in there, but we are working with the city right now on what the future of the PBID looks like, and right now we do not have a clean and safe team or program or anyone who goes out and sanitizes or washes the bench, to my knowledge. So that is something that we're trying to work on. So, and that's why we want to streamline some of this process that, the wood benches that we feel need to go, but we are definitely open to looking into more ways that we can utilize downtown as a walkable downtown that people can enjoy. We would love to have seats, but I do want to remind that the benches would be removed with the TDPOA funds, which would be property assessment funds. And at this time, we don't have it budgeted, and we could work with the city or programs or grant processes or reach out for donations or fundraiser fund drives. We're open to all those forms of fundraising or bringing funds to bring in benches. But at this time, it would be hard for me to say, yes, we want to switch it out with a metal bench, because we just don't have the funds to do that at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. The city will not have to fund the cost of the removal?
We just need your approval. The removal will be done through the TDPOA, yes.
Okay. And then Turlock owns the benches, but the Downtown Property Owners Association does the maintenance?
I would have to do some research on that one, because I'm not for sure if who the receipt to the benches went to during the initial project, and I'm sure I can probably get some city staff to help me with that. I know that from my understanding, it is that the TDPOA owns them, but I don't want to put that on oath or on the book right now. But I do know that we pay for the maintenance of those. So, yeah. Did you have something, Reagan? Oh.
So if TPOA owns the benches, is there something with the city of Turlock that requires you to keep them?
Right now, it is in the design plan. And I would need the city council to approve that we can remove the benches from the design plan, so that we can pull them out. Yeah, that's what the motion is for.
Okay, thank you. And then what other cities in the area have removed their benches?
That's
like Livermore, Modesto.
Livermore has not. That's a good question. I want to say that Merced did, but not. But I know that they just put a bunch of money into their downtown. So I would gladly do that research and get back to you on that one. I know that the vote's tonight, though. But I would gladly, like I said, we do want to see the benches. It's just the wood part of them is what's hard for us to maintain. We just don't have the resources to pressure wash them. I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of the metal benches that Councilmember Menez brought up. I too have had people want the benches to remain.
I do.
They like them for sitting. They like them for aesthetics.
I do want to just go on the field of defense for the businesses that have them directly in front of their businesses. It's easy for us to say, hey, we like these benches when we're walking by them, and they look somewhat decent when they're clean. But I do want to remind you that the reason they look clean is probably because the business that's sitting right in front of them had to clean urine or feces up every other day, and then they have customers coming up, and it does affect their business. So just on the defense of them, I would like to, just to bring that up, that it does affect business and it does affect clientele and sales tax dollars. Or, I do believe that there is a solution out there. I think just at this time, to allow us to get by and allow some of those businesses before we start heading into any type of recession or anything that we can try to keep the downtown as vibrant as possible. So that would be my battle for them.
Okay, thank you. I really do appreciate your efforts.
Yeah. And just so you know, I'm torn both ways personally, my personal feelings do not matter. But I agree with you. I love the benches and the aesthetics, and but I do know I see it for the businesses because I go and talk to them. It does affect them, especially. So.
I'm not sure if City Manager Wilson or Director Schultz may be the person to ask, but I know that we have teams of people going downtown at 7 a.m. earlier that are cleaning up, and that's not, addressing the incidences that happen that our business owners are having to deal with. But can you clarify on what the city is doing? Because I know that we all value our downtown, and we all pitch in city businesses, everybody, to keep it clean and keep it presentable.
We have a crew that goes out every morning and sweeps the sidewalks, empties the trash cans, and cleans up any litter that's in the gutter, curbs and gutters along the sidewalks. We don't, as far as I know, we don't clean the benches and whatnot.
Could we?
Are you gonna do it on Gear Road and Lander?
Not wooden benches, but if we had another type of bench, and it doesn't have to be metal, that's what I came across when I was trying to find a solution.
I'd have to figure out how much it costs, but yes, we could do it.
Did you want Mr. Schultz to answer anything, or you got that? Okay. All right, anything
Yeah,
else?
I wanna hear from the public too.
All right, Vice Mayor, no more questions?
No comments, but not questions.
If I could just put one plug in, I want to reiterate that the police chief and the new code enforcement has been doing a great job with helping make sure that the downtown is vibrant and beautiful. And I think that this particular motion that's ahead of or on the table right now would allow us to kind of pull out the benches and establish what we can do. We can work with other design aspects that might help us out. Why we take care of the problem now and work on a better future, and let some of the programs take place and see how well they do with the downtown, so that we can bring back something that's even better.
All right, let's open it to the public. The only card I have is for Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate the effort you've put in to try to resolve this problem. I understand the sanitary issue. I agree with you that there are so many materials, so many easily cleansed materials that can be sanitized. I was just scrolling around while I was sitting there. There are metal benches, and I think we need to take a look at other materials as opposed to straight out removing. But what I'd like to try, if you would consider this, instead of removing all 17 benches, how about removing one or two, or changing the materials on one or two and see how that goes? Because I know personally when I go downtown, especially during farmers market, those benches are handy for putting your bags down or whatever, or doing what you need to do while you're downtown doing your shopping. And that's when you're carrying all your vegetables and everything, and there is no other place to put stuff down, not on a planter, but on a bench. So instead of going all 17, how about just, try 4 or 5, see how it goes, but instead of removing them, change the materials. Something that can be hosed off, something that's powder coated, something that's sturdy enough that will take not necessarily the abuse of someone trying to intentionally damage it, but take the abuse of people using it on a daily basis. And yes, you can make them so that the homeless will not use them for sleeping apparatuses. You can, instead of making a long bench, the ones with the arms that that worked for me. How about instead of a long bench, how about chairs side by side? So that they're not sleeping apparatuses, but they're chairs to sit down in. 3 chairs, it'd be kind of cozy next to the planters. So that's all I wanted to say. There's alternatives instead of removal of benches, and I would disagree with removing the benches because I think it adds a lot of charm and social gathering spots within our downtown, which we want. Okay.
Anyone else? Dale?
Dale Parkinson. I'm glad Kathy went first. Gave me a chance to calm down. I think this proposal is absurd. If the benches need a repair and maintenance, then you do the repair and the maintenance. If you need a pressure washer, go buy a pressure washer, pass it around, do it in the morning. If the city can arrange to have the morning crew wash them down, step up on the curb and wash them down. The idea that you rip out all the benches downtown, I use the benches downtown. It's as people are saying, as council members have been saying, this is an attractive aspect to our downtown. It's good to have the benches downtown. Even you were saying that. And instead of ripping them all out and then maybe someday in the future we put them all back in, do them one at a time. You need to raise money to replace them. Don't set your goal at replacing all of them all at once. Pick out the ones that are in the worst position, that are negative to the businesses. Do them one at a time. Over a period of a couple of years, you've got all new benches in there. There's all kinds of possibilities that we should be aware of and that we should work towards without simply ripping up our downtown. And if the benches go, well, because they need maintenance and repair, well, the planters might need maintenance and repair. Rip those out. All those wonderful trees downtown, well, they might get scarred or carved in or branches pulled up. Rip those out. You guys it's just absurd to say that the only option is to rip it out.
Harry?
Replace the dang benches.
Mr. Succinct.
Tell me how you really feel.
Ron? Can you be more succinct than that?
I've never been known for being succinct. I spend many, many hours trying to be, but Harry is very excellent in that category.
Attaboy.
Yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, I personally have mixed feelings about this because I think you really need something like this, the benches or something like that downtown. I know he's not proposing this because he's a mean, ornery person and wants people to suffer. I know that, the business owners, we talk about ourselves and what we would like to have and what's convenient for us, but, business owner has to go out there every other day and clean human feces off. I mean, really? Would you really want to have to do that? Okay. That's where the problem is. You have the tail wagging the dog. Okay? And what we're doing is we're reacting to basically what a lot of us see as a protected class of people who get to do things that none of us would be allowed to do. Okay? So what we need to try to do is to stop giving in to this antisocial behavior that results in these problems. I don't know what we can do in terms of enforcing laws or whatever. I don't know if video cameras, if they, catch people in the act, if that helps, or it has to be personally seen by a police officer or whatever. Those would be some questions that I would have, but I really think that's where, at least long-term wise, we need to place our focus. It's also, like I talked about in my opening public comments, about how the data that I saw from We Care indicates that there's hundreds of homeless that are coming through our city, okay? And we need to address, in my mind, why are they coming here, okay? And I would also say that spending our time and effort enabling their wanderings is taken away from being able to help those who are here in Turlock who want to be helped and need to be helped, okay? I'm glad to see that there's no specific time frame in this here, so that they can take some time if they decide to do this. But in general, I would agree with approving this, and kind of leaving it up to them time-wise. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Lori Smith, downtown business owner. We live this every day, for years now. I can tell you I cleaned up feces today. Not off the bench, but I cleaned up feces today. I cleaned up feces yesterday. It doesn't matter if somebody comes and cleans the benches every day. Somebody can come along 10 minutes later and they're unsanitary. I wouldn't be setting my things on there. I cringe when I see people sitting on them. It's that bad. We've surveyed the businesses. They're the ones that live it every day. Trust me, we have struggled with this for years because we do love the benches. Literally, I almost cried at the thought of taking the benches out, but that's the reality we have right now. And we are open to other ideas. Right now, our budget doesn't allow us just to put something back in, but trust me, we live it every day. So I hope you guys really think hard. We're open to other ideas, absolutely. We would love that. But this is the here and now, and that's what we're dealing with. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna just kind of be repeating what everybody's saying, so I'll make it quick. We're downtown, we're not part of the association, but I deal with the same thing every day. I'm one of those people that has had to clean up the defecation and feces. And for me, taking away the benches, our business is next to the park. We don't have any benches, but we still have to clean it up. So to me, it just seems like you're conceding defeat to the situation versus coming up with another solution. I don't think they should be removed because it's not going to solve your problem. You're still going to have the unsanitary problem because the problem is not the benches. The problem is the issue that we're dealing with there. And I do want to say, I do want to thank the police chief. You guys have done a good job in recent months, in particular around that Denair Park. But I think putting up that camera, that thing that you guys have there, has been something of a deterrent. So it helps, and things like that you guys are doing and are making an effort, we appreciate it. But I just think it's conceding defeat, and I like the idea of the metal benches or other forms of benches that are easier for people to clean. And I think the last thing is, it really needs, I'm still kind of unsure on who exactly is responsible for the benches. And I think that needs to be decided. If you guys are going to do anything tonight, decide who's responsible for the benches. Because then it's, if this downtown property association, they don't have the money to do it, okay, I see their point. But if it's a city thing and the city should be doing it, then let's do it. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, let's close public comment and bring it back. Vice Mayor, you had a comment?
Sorry, there's a little delay here. First, I really feel for the business owners downtown. I'm a business owner, and I can't even imagine what it would be like to have to clean up feces every day. I hate that our benches have become a source of contention. I mean, they're supposed to be peaceful and restful, and now they're like dirty and disgusting, and that's not what we want them to be. You know, I personally don't sit on them, but I know a lot of people that need them, and that's just, it just breaks my heart to think about removing them. You know, I believe right now our homeless need a place to go during the day, and that will probably help a lot of this. The bus station is pretty far away, so they don't utilize that. So the sooner we can get something going with our day center, the better. The many shouldn't suffer for the acts of the few. And so with that, I don't really support removing the benches, but I do support looking into changing the materials and getting something that can be cleaned easier, and then possibly having the city assist in cleaning some of the benches.
Okay.
Are you done, Vice Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Travis, I am with the Vice Mayor. I feel for the downtown business owners. There is nothing worse than cleaning up that mess after somebody else. But I don't want to concede our beautiful benches. So my question is this: if my colleagues are willing, can we table this to the next meeting? Mr. Schultz, can you get us a price on 17 benches? I hear the Downtown Business Association, I hear you saying you have funds to remove, you don't have funds to replace. Can we get a price, present that to council? I know the city of Turlock has a very good partnership with our Downtown Business Association, and I know that everybody that goes just to the Saturday farmers market from May to October on the weekends, those benches are a hot spot, right? And so could we change out the materials? Can we get in a partnership here and correct this and do it right? Is anybody open to that?
I suppose P&F probably has some really cool ideas.
Oh, P&F metals. Oh, imagine that.
I will second the motion to table.
Was there a motion?
Oh, well, I'll make that a motion. Do you guys have
Do you have
any
comments? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to have an opportunity to chime into that. I feel for small business owners. I've worked in small businesses. I can share an anecdote from this very afternoon from a business that's downtown that had to deal with someone relieving themselves in their lobby, in the entryway of their building, and that business doesn't have a bench. So to echo what the last gentleman said, the choosing to remove the benches is not the solution to the problem. If we have an issue with maintenance, let's deal with that. If we need to talk about public restrooms, let's talk about that. Let's, I would love to, get this type of participation so we can talk about what we can do to make sure that the people who are in downtown are using the facilities appropriately. Because, I was really struck by reading this downtown design plan of how many times they talk about the pedestrian environment, and those benches, just having a place to sit matters for people that have mobility issues. It matters for people who have children. It matters for those who are relying on public transit or have to park way down yonder, because the parking in downtown is sometimes tricky too. So I echo my colleagues. I can't support something like this until it's a remove and replace.
Mm-hmm. I just want to chime in if I can, and I agree with whatever you guys decide here. I just want to the idea, I think, of the motion that's before us is to more give the TDPOA the ability to remove or replace or adapt the benches as needed without having to do a formal, prolonged. This took us 3 years to get through, and it was not a lightly made decision. That's all I request is, if we go forward, we can talk about preferably a more streamlined way to take care of some of these issues. And of course, the benches, it's not something that any of the property owners or businesses downtown really wanted to see. It was not an easy decision to come to or to request or to create a petition to drive these. So all of us, would like to see an alternative program. At the time that this was originally drafted, the issue did not look like it had a light at the end of the tunnel. I will say that since the code enforcement team has been as active as they have been downtown, that it does look like there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. I can't answer for all of the businesses that are downtown, but ideally we just want to try to take care of to be able to sit down with you guys and talk about what our options are. The proposed motion, I believe, will give us the opportunity though to remove and then replace later. But I see where you guys are going.
Yeah, if you move to table, I would do it at date certain, because if you don't do a date certain, you actually have to make a motion to take it off the table at a future meeting, so there you go.
I believe I said to the next meeting.
I think you did, yeah.
Because, okay, then let's go 2 meetings, but I don't want to go too long because, Lori, I agree. The benches that are down there are not sanitary. When I see a 3 or 4 year old toddler sitting on one of them benches, my skin crawls because I know what's been on there, okay? But we just got to find
May 9th or May 23rd?
Mr. Schultz, how much time do you need, sir? May 9th?
it is.
Lori, is that good?
Can I
Are
ask-
business owners going to be receptive to that?
Can I ask more of a parliamentarian kind of thing, that if we table this, aren't we tabling this exact motion? And what we're kind of talking about is a different entity.
Yeah, I would just bring the matter back, actually. I don't know all the formalities needed, but however you want to do it. I just refer the matter to staff to come back on May 9th with their ingenious solutions.
Do you know if the Downtown Association would be happy with replacing benches with chairs? Like say 2 or 3 chairs for where there's bench?
I'm sure that, like I said, we're definitely open to any resolution that we can come to an agreement on. I can't answer for the board without actually proposing it for there. I do want to make the opportunity available for all the public and all city council to feel free to email me if you guys have any potential questions or solutions that you want to research. My email address is director@turlockdowntown.com. And I will try to talk to all to the council members as I can without violating any Brown Acts. So.
Okay, so what we have now is your motion with an alteration of the specific date, yes?
Yes, to May 9th.
And then
Just to May 9th.
Vice Mayor, is
And I
that?
have the second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Sorry, can we just get a clarification again? What are we voting on right now? What is the motion?
We are voting to table the motion to May 9th, and we're asking staff to come back with an alternative solution that doesn't just remove the benches and leave them removed.
More options.
Can I just make a clarification request on that, just the idea to see if we can get on the same table? Is I would definitely open to the staff to do the research. I feel like we have done a lot of research on our end, but I know that we did it with the eyes of short fundedness. So I would like to, maybe if we can go forward, if it does get tabled to the next meeting, that we can focus on the idea that it gives us the ability to remove the benches and continue to take care of the issue that we have now for the businesses that have to suffer and clean the poo the feces on a regular basis, that I can try to help them out while we are negotiating and talking about how the future looks. That would be my request for the next meeting, is just because those are the ones that are really coming to me and saying, hey, what is the deal with the benches? It's been 3 years and I'm tired of this. And so I'm trying to fight for them as well. And that's not a yes or no. I just want you guys to think about that when we make it to the next.
Right.
Because this particular issue, like I said, it's been 3 years.
Sure.
And now we're going to be going on 3 or 4 council meetings. And I hate to take up your guys' time, and this, I was trying to make the PowerPoint quick, and so.
So we,
Go ahead.
to your point of, there are some benches that are in higher, higher areas of misuse. Could that be something that the Downtown Property Owners Association confers with staff, so when this comes back to us, we know exactly which ones we're talking about and targeting for replacement more sooner.
Absolutely. I will say that there probably are some benches that are misused, are probably also the ones that you guys are talking about keeping with the farmers market, because people go where people are, and that's kind of what happens is the ones that would be wanted to be removed the most just might be the ones that are also in some of the prime locations.
So Travis, to answer your question,
But yes, I
the
will
reason
bring
I said May 9th, because I want a quick turnaround.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yep,
this guy right here is really amazing
Yes,
at what
he
he does, and so is Mr. Schultz. And I want a resolution for this for downtown, because I know Farmers Market's kicking off next month. We need
Mhm.
to fix this now.
Yes, and we will be having our PBIT discussions. Hopefully, that's something we can bring in
And
within.
benches are easy. These aren't well parts that we need 3 years to get them here. These are benches. They're readily available.
Are you through?
Yes, I'm done, sorry.
Mr. Petulakis?
Yeah, and I'll just add, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, in the documentation the staff pulled together, I don't see a lot other than a couple of references in the design guidelines about benches. So hopefully somebody knows how they got there and what they are, because I couldn't tell you tonight what the appropriate motion would be, what the necessary city action is to do anything on the benches. So it's kind of one of those, you know.
The downtown planning commission, yeah, they did do it. I believe it's since dissolved. It's I think
Years ago.
yeah, I don't even know if it really officially dissolved. I think everyone just kind of got elder, and so so
called they
yeah.
turned out. They
I don't think it was an
turned out. They did
official.
not-
It phased
they didn't
out.
get
Yeah.
old. They
So.
turned out.
But those that are still somewhat active, they have been notified of it and agreed. So.
Okay, clean up. Come on, Lori.
Mop that up, Lori.
We don't have this for sure, but I'm pretty sure that the city owns the benches.
Yeah.
Because I know some others have been removed, and I believe you guys have them. So, but we'll have checked for sure into it. But, you know, it's part of the P-bid and the agreement that we have all together, you know, parts are yours, parts are ours, but technically, I believe you own them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there's an amendment.
One of the talks was potentially setting to auction the wood benches off to the public and like through Carnegie or something like that to do a fundraiser for them. But so I'm saying there was talks of ways to develop
Last
funds.
material.
Hey, there's a lot of people that love them.
There's
They
a
might
motion.
want to
We have a
pressure wash and
motion.
sand them and put them in
All right.
in their garden.
This is out of control. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Will you call that roll, please?
Councilmember Abram,
No.
Councilmember Bixel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco, Vice Mayor Franco,
She's in Hawaii.
Did we lose her?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes.
Vice
Can you hear
Mayor
me?
Franco.
Yep.
There you are.
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Okay. Councilmember Moniz,
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes, it passes with a 4-1. Thank you. We'll be seeing you on May 9th. All right. Whew. That was convoluted. All right. Item D, authorize the city manager or designee authority to negotiate a ground lease agreement and collateral agreements for transitional housing, homeless veterans, and seniors. Mr. Wilson?
Mayor, members of the council, I need to turn my mic on.
got you.
Thank you. As you know, the city's been discussing how to deal with homeless problems, at least as long as I've been here. So it's gone on probably long before I even got here. It's a difficult issue to deal with. Just from a statistical perspective, in the last point in time count, I think there was 221 homeless persons counted in the city of Turlock. Now that count is subject to change, and then there's a new one that's been out, but I haven't seen the results of that yet. Turlock actually has 129 overnight shelter beds between the Turlock Gospel Mission and the We Care program. Gospel Mission has 80 and We Care has 49. That means there's about 90 homeless that don't have a place to sleep every night in the city. So what do? They camp. Okay, in our parks, and our police department has limited ability to move the campers along because of about 20 some odd federal court decisions that have come down protecting the rights of these people under the First Amendment, primarily. What I'm proposing today is that we enter into a lease with 511 Containers, Custom Containers 915, excuse me, John, to develop a transitional housing facility of about 50 beds located at the city's corporation yard. This would be primarily one-bedroom units with somewhere around 5 to 8 studio-type apartments for families. The cost of this project is about $10.5 million, $9.5 million. We received a bid from Community Health Centers of America for $15.5 million. So that's why this particular proposal is before you tonight as opposed to the other one, substantially cheaper. Not that it's cheap. Right now, the money that would pay for this comes from the State Department of Housing. That department has a deadline of April 30th that we need to get it into by then. The city would contribute land on a long-term lease basis for this project to be done, and we'd have to negotiate that lease and the programming for this project. I've asked Mr. John Gavlin, who's the principal at Containers 915, to make a short, brief presentation on what his company's plans are if this subject is approved.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for being here. My name is John Glavin, President and CEO of Custom Container 915. And Mr. Wilson, you put it mildly, when we're under the gun, if April 30th is when this funding would take place, the original funding takes place. Our proposal that we put in there for just slightly less than 10 million would be even cut down less than that, because Home Key HC funding controls all the funding. They set the price, which usually is less than what we usually bid on. So it will come in probably less than that. They give you so much per door, per site, and you go from there. They control all that. The biggest thing is you have to have all your ancillary services in place while the Home Key project is going on. That's a 45-day sprint from the time it gets approved to the time they approve it. So we can't do anything until your city and your council agrees to say, yes, go ahead and start. And that doesn't mean it's a slam dunk that it's even could take place. They have to approve it. They look at all the things that's going to go on, the services that we're going to provide, the time frame we're going to do all these projects, and we have strict guidelines, and they audit our project from start to finish, just like they're doing in Merced right now. So I'm here to see if there's any questions. I'm sure there's questions that the council may have on this, or anybody else there. That's what I'm here for. See if I can help you guide your way through this process here.
Question?
I have a few, so thank you for being here and available to us tonight. Regarding Home Key, which is where the grant funding will come from for this, right? My reading of it was that the applications can be submitted on the 24th of April, and it's a first come, first serve situation, right? So that goes to the timeline issue. So my following questions are going to be sort of, I feel like for us to be able to give an up or down on this, I would like to know more about what you're going to apply for. So can you tell us a little bit about what the target population is going to be and how participants or tenants would be eligible or be selected for these units?
Well, a lot depends on how big of the project you want to be. You can, originally, I think we had, 50 50 total units, 45. You have your homeless definition and you have your chronically homeless. There's three definitions. I don't know if you know the difference between both, but chronically homeless is people that have no address for more than 3 years. Your housing department and you folks select the people that you want in there, that you want to come into this program. And it is a program. And those are the ancillary services that you have to have prior when this application is put in. They select them, but they're background checked and they have to sign agreements that they're drug tested, that they're getting behavioral health counseling, and all this is being done on the premises for these things. So we don't select the folks. Housing department, whoever, if it's VA through VAS vouchers, they do their background screening and so on and so forth. Whoever the people who are providing the folks to us, they do the background on that.
Okay, well then, so more of a developer-specific plan. Can you share with us anything about what the site plan would look like, what this project's going to look like in our community?
Right. One of the best things is that each person would have their own address, which is real important. They can't get jobs unless they have an address. They just can't say, I live at a rescue mission, for example. So we do 60-foot, or actually 40-foot by 8-foot containers that are made to your specifications. They have to go through building codes and so on and so forth to your city. Roof pitches and so on and so forth, color coordinate. And one half is basically a studio apartment on one side, a studio apartment on the other side. Person has their own private bathroom, bedroom, and kitchenette, more or less. That's duplicated on each side. And we can kind of position them. The good thing about this, we can position them in any way that you feel is best for the city. We don't want it to make it look like a boot camp, more or less, but it is housing. It is housing, and it's a confined space, and it's under security 24 hours a day, and management's on the premises 24 hours a day as well. But we can kind of cut and paste the way you want it done on that particular site. This particular site, I think, has 2.5 acres, I think, so that's quite a bit of land for us to put that many people on. So we can actually make that more type park-like setting, so it's not just pavement, more or less. Make some greenery around there, benches and so on and so forth to make it more homey than a regular housing complex, more or less.
And so each of these units that you're making, are they only single occupancy?
Single occupant, but we do some for families as well. Some get the whole thing.
In this proposal, is it multi
You can do that, yes, you can do either one. You can mix and match as you go along here too.
Okay, and then maybe Mr. Wilson is the better person to ask for like what we're gonna put into the application, but part of the grant application requires us to have a supportive services plan. So can you, I understand that we can't put the cart before the horse and do all the work of the application before getting approval, but it's really important to me that we know what we're approving and what we're getting. So what can you say to that?
From a supportive services plan, the plan is to secure services through the county, which provides social services, which provides drug and alcohol and mental health counseling, which provides job training, and provides housing assistance. In addition, we also have our own housing assistance program. So those would be the supportive services that we would expect the county to provide in this, and they already provide some of the services in the city of Turlock as we speak.
And I noticed, sorry, I will cut to the chase soon. And I noticed in the cost breakdown of the operating expenses, the line item for case management is $0 because it's saying, it could be provided by the VA. Do we have any understanding of what the cost would be for non-VA beneficiaries?
I could help you some of those questions. There's a lot of programs and you have a lot of acronyms in your state here. I'm not from California, but and some of them that we've used in other programs here is obviously CBG, the Community Development Block Grant. That's available. And a lot of the funds in the Valley were not used last year at all. When we went through the last round of home key funding that we got approved for, a lot of money with these grants was left on the table. PLAHA, whatever that is, that's also available. HHAP, I don't know if you've heard of that one. That one's also available in your area. The Emergency Solution Grant, that's also available. None of those grants were used last year in the valley. So a lot of them are available for some of these services and can be used also going forward. We will certainly address those and reach out for those and working with you as a partner on that. We don't expect you to do all that by yourself. We reach out as well.
And so then, speaking to that partnership between your business and our jurisdiction, it's my understanding that you have 4 other facilities that you've worked on like this.
Oh, absolutely.
What can you share with us about what that looks like in that community, what the impact is to their homeless population, what metrics there are, et cetera?
In California or elsewhere?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. Well, we started on one 2 years ago in Newark, was just, and if you've been to Newark, New Jersey, it's a very rough place, cold place. It was basically get people off the streets. It was 5 below zero. So we put them in 5 individual bedroom stalls, and then we'd have one big bathroom stall, but it got them off the street. They went from that to what we're doing now, the suites, or we call them studio apartments. So they graduated from that program to the mini suites or studios. They go from that program to a 1-bedroom. So we just completed phase 2 of that, where those same people, 80% of them went from the first program to the second program. Now they're going to go from the second program to the one they're talking about now. They want us to build the third one. They're actually own 1-bedroom units through the counseling and so on and so forth. These people now have jobs that work 25 hours a week. They do everything to clean benches that we were just talking about. They do those types of jobs during the day for the city. So it's a gradual process, stair-step program that you got to get them with, but you have to start somewhere. That's just one city. Obviously, other cities do other different things and want other different programs, and different states work differently with us. Mm-hmm.
Question?
Well, I mean, this is just a general statement when I'm looking at,
Question?
I mean, well, question.
You can do this. You can make it a question. Come on.
No, I'll wait for some conversation, or,
Okay, for comments later. Okay.
I have a question. Did you bring any pictures with you tonight? Because you did a beautiful presentation for us last year, but it was before our new colleagues got elected, so they didn't get to see it.
We were, I flew from Miami this morning at 5 a.m. Didn't have time to, I haven't been home in 11 days, you know, just because we're on these projects all over the country right now. Obviously, this is a hot spot right now, what we're working on. I certainly could provide them photos of what it would look like, conceptual drawings and so on and so forth, but that kind of up to you. Want to tinker around with different things moving forward. So we can certainly provide those, but it would probably be a day or two before we get them to you.
Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple. Do we have any idea of who will be running this for the city?
For the, you're talking about on the ground?
The
Day-to-day operations?
continuation of the running, the day-to-day, yeah.
Right.
Year after year.
Right. We're in the process of talking to 3 different service providers right now in your area. They're not, all of them are local. And they're just trying to see how big the scope is. Some are better than others at this. Obviously, we want the best.
Do we have a
person.
name?
One is Stamco out of Modesto. They're big. We've talked to We Care as well here. And we have one other one, Mission Merced out of Merced, who's handling our project
Okay,
down
thank
there.
you. Probably for staff. How do we ensure that it's vets and seniors that get the priority for the apartment?
Well, we'll build that if that's the council's wish, which I understand that seems to be kind of a consensus I've heard as I've talked to people. We would build that into the agreement.
Okay. And then will there be a in perpetuity clause ensuring vets and seniors are getting the priority?
Yes.
Okay, and then who maintains ownership of these? Do these belong to the city or do they belong to somebody else?
No, they belong to us. We're responsible, and we become like taxpayer to you. You'll
Okay.
be taxed on it.
And the city still owns the property?
Well, that's,
Yeah, the intent would be for the city to do a long-term lease. It has to be, I think, from a tax code perspective, at least 39 years. So they would, the container company would be paying property taxes and all other city appropriate taxes like any other business.
Okay. Are the residents limited in their stay, so they have so many years and then they have to leave and go on to other homes? Because the last thing I want to do is see the same people continue to occupy these things for years and years and years and never give anyone else a chance.
no, there's rules and regulations that they have to follow, and obviously it's a stepping stone goal. We don't want them there permanently, let's just put it that way, no.
The research,
Okay, and then, sorry, go ahead.
the research I've done says most people in these kinds of developments are there from 6 to 9 months. And it's during that time that they get all those services, including job training, which gives them the ability to get a job and be able to move on and get their own apartment in their own place. So this is not a permanent housing solution for them.
Yeah, nor should it be, but I just wanted to make sure that there is some sort of regulation that says at the end of so many months, years, etc., that you understand that you cannot occupy that property anymore. Because I want it to be, if I vote for it, I want it to be for a lot of people, not just one person.
We'll certainly include that in the agreement, and I'm sure
No, it's up to you. You
Container
control
Company
that.
will be glad to agree to that.
Okay. And then what happens if there's no more money from the federal or state to continue running the operation? We're responsible for 39 years.
Well, on the.
Would Turlock's General Fund have to cover that?
If federal and state money, it's primarily state money, and grants dried up, we would have to discontinue the program.
What the state.
Then would we have to pay back the grant from the Humke?
No.
No. What the state does on the services, let me help you out with that. Like if you get the emergency solution grant for 5 years for 50 people, the state matches that grant, so you get 10 years. They match the 5 year, whatever grant you provide, they match as well, up to 5 years.
Okay.
So we would have an
Okay.
outclaw.
Hang on one second, Councilmember Monet's gonna.
That's the end of my question.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on yours, Vice Mayor. So there would be essentially an out clause on the 39-year lease if funding from feds and state dried up.
Correct,
So the city's not on the hook for our
Correct.
general fund.
correct.
Thank you.
All right, other questions, or we'll open it up? Is that, okay, I have, yeah, I've got many people. Let's start with Mr. Kelso. Thank you for staying so late.
Good evening, Mayor Amy and City Council. I just don't think it's a good idea for a proposal on a homeless camp by my business. We fought this, I don't know, 15 years ago. I don't know who's gonna secure it. Is there enough officers gonna be running back and forth helping you guys, or what? I've had 30 or 40 homeless on that property already that stole from me for 20 days straight. Out of 30 days, they stole probably 20 days. And somebody's gonna get hurt. Either I am or the homeless. And I think it's a bad idea. But, there's other businesses around that's not just like me that's been robbed by homeless. I don't think it's a solution. Half these homeless don't like, they want to camp their own camps. Probably 90% of them want to put their own tent up, have their own fire. And I just don't think it's going to work.
To answer one of your questions or comments on it, all the facilities that we build have 24-hour day surveillance on the premises, perimeter of all premises, linked to the police department as well. They get to see it
Well,
as
the
well.
police department is shorthanded anyway. You know, I call them, it takes three, an hour or so to get at my place. I don't call them no more, unless I say shots are fired or something, and then they get out there in a hurry. But, I just not a good idea. Not by a bunch of businesses. There's other places I think it could be put.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I really do appreciate all that you do. It's not easy to run a city, even as small as ours. There's a lot of detail, and I appreciate your coming here. I was here last year when you came, and it really is a good presentation, but it costs $10 million. And just because we can spend $10 million doesn't mean we should spend $10 million. This is going to be a draw for more homeless people to come to Turlock. And we've already got enough problems as it is. The only things that I have ever heard in talking to people in different cities regarding homelessness is if there's a Christian-based group that comes in and helps with the same things that you've talked about, and it's not even coming from you, but there's got to be a different solution than representatives are supposed to spend our money wisely, and money doesn't grow on trees. It comes from we as taxpayers, and this just is not, it makes no sense to spend this much money. It's 4 times the square footage, it's just 4 times the amount that the average square footage is for homes, is what is being charged for this program. So please take that into consideration when you're making this decision. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Harry? Can you beat one word? Oh, my bad.
Thanks, thanks, Madam Mayor and City Council. Appreciate what you guys do. Listen, I kind of evolved on this homeless thing over years, and I've had such compassion for them in the past. The one thing that I love to do is share the gospel with them and hopefully plant a seed, because most of them have heard it so many times they know the answers, so it's very interesting. I've noticed over the time, I've probably hired now maybe 8, 10 homeless people. They never last. They last about 5 weeks, all of a sudden they've got to do something and they're gone. But I've noticed that the quality of the homeless has gone down. We don't get anybody looking for a job anymore. We just get the ones that are looking for what they can steal, or where they can go to the bathroom in back of my building or on the bench. And so I just don't know. I don't know that this is the answer. I just don't. I think there must be a way to help reduce homeless. We've had homeless for 100 years or longer. And, but why do they stick around? Have you thought about that? Why do the homeless stay now? Why do they stay in towns? Do you know? They do because they get everything free. They get free food, free sleeping, free clothes that they leave hanging all over the place. I would tell you that the chief has done a great job. I don't know if you noticed, but we have a lot less down our end than we used to have. I say give the 10 million to him. Anyway.
Harry for president. Right.
Huh?
I said Harry for president.
The Turlock Downtown business people, not the PBID, but the business association, does a great job. I mean, I've seen some of the ugliest, dirtiest places I've ever seen, and they've got somebody to clean it up. It's dynamite. I think we need to figure out how to reduce And maybe it's creating the very thing that he's creating before they get free food or free clothes, that they have to prove something. And I guess my question is, will it fix the problem? I just don't think so. And I would say before I spend 10 million, I want to know if it's going to work. So I hope you think about that. Thank you.
Dan Madden, still here? Oh, look at that. Welcome home. Look at you coming back.
Hi, I'm Dan Madden.
Really?
Those of you that know me, I used to be an employee here, municipal services director for a number of years, and a few other titles. Relative to your question about getting more background information, if you were to go to the city's website, go to past council meetings and find the presentation that they did at that time, you get an excellent presentation. The quality of product that it appears as though 915 is going to provide is the best you could see, I think. But anyway, a little bit of history. That 19-acre block of property the city purchased early 2000. None of these council members were here at the time, and other than one staff member, nobody else was here. That property was purchased by enterprise funds specific for, at the time, future expansion of water and sewer and storm-related functions so that the rest of the remainder of the courtyard could be expanded upon by parks and streets and maintenance and that sort of thing. Since that time, we've installed a water tank on the east or west side of the property on Kilroy, and similarly a well site on the west side of that property. In the past, as referenced by Mr. Kelso, we were approached by one of our faith groups to donate a part of that property for housing for homeless. At the time, that did not meet what the city's objective was at the time relative to homeless and or its long-term plan for that 19 acres. In addition to enterprise needs in the past, public safety has expressed an interest to expand their training area. That didn't happen under the current chief, and probably not even the chief before him. But there was and probably will be in the future a desire to move the training grounds, not just police, but also the fire area farther to the north. Similarly, on the east side of that property, prior to my last departure here, I was in staff discussions with one of the divisions for utilizing upwards of 5+ acres of that property, which when that project would be completed or constructed, there would also be some major improvements into South Walnut, which that roadway, although everybody claims it's very dangerous, I've yet to see very many collisions and fatalities and stuff along that stretch of roadway. But there is a need for better traffic control in that area. As I said, that's why I asked to be last.
Right.
Give me a little leave here. So what's proposed, the vetting process, as explained previously when they made a presentation, I think is very strong. The security on site is very strong. My issue relative to this, as well as Mr. Kelso and some of the other surrounding landowners, is, your house is secure, but what about the neighborhood? In addition to thefts that happened at Kelso's property, the corporation yard, even at water quality control, we have theft happening there continually. And we have cameras, I think, still, maybe. And they're not particularly effective. Theoretically, we have PD patrols through there frequently, but we still have chronic issues with theft. So bearing all that in mind, I know your hands are kind of tied relative to a time frame as well as suitable locations within the city of Turlock. There's just none. So as a final effort, or this most recent effort, is within that 19 acres, of which now there's probably 14 usable. You can peel off 2.5 acres, put it at a location where you don't landlock yourself for future needs. The city has done that many times in the past. We have D Street water storage tank just over here, that there was enough property around that area that we owned, that had we not sold it, this could be there. You know, so that's, I've always stressed this when I was employed here, and I stress it in my real life. Think in the long term and how that's going to affect it. Finally, my other big thing is revenue and expenses. In the event there is a lease agreement arranged with the city and this gentleman, or this is gentleman's corporation, part of that revenue be utilized or returned to enterprise, because that's who paid for that property, and or invested in security for city-owned property around that area. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Madden.
No, I'm not coming back to work.
Oh, lies. I can see it in your eyes. We'll offer you a job tomorrow.
You want another 960.
Michael Ford? Is that correct? Yeah.
Good debates, good discussions. Thank you for having me. Just a couple of questions. The on-site services, how much is that going to cost the city on a yearly total? And then you said that if they don't work out 6 to 9 months, you could evict them. How does that work with squatter laws? And if any of you guys have been a landowner, you know how hard it is to get tenants out, especially in California if they don't want to leave. So how are you going to basically remove somebody because they're not up to par, whatever standards we set? And then you said you're going to have requirements, you're going to create lists, you're going to market to veterans and the seniors. On the on-site, I'm a veteran. What kind of on-site services you can provide them when it's mental health, PTSD, alcohol and drug abuse? Those kind of things are all going to get factored in. It's great that you have a grant to build it, but then if you can't maintain it, then what's left over is just going to be an empty bunch of empty buildings. That's concerning. And then yeah, the draw, is this going on? Like there's cities like San Francisco and Oakland with huge homeless problems. Have you guys built anything in those areas and tried? And what are the results there? I guess I'm just looking for, is the juice worth the squeeze? What's the return on investment? If we're going to put $10 million into a city for homeless, or other things that we should be focused on, are we going to get a good return on the money? And is it going to be something that's going to make this city beneficial? We're focused on downtown and the benches and stuff and all that, which is great. I think downtown's great. Is this going to contribute to the betterment of the city, or is this just going to contribute to the builders and everybody associated with it, that they're going to make? Honestly, they're going to make a lot of money doing this. So I want to just speak up on behalf of the taxpayer on this one. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Do you want to hit some
Yeah,
of them?
a couple of your questions that you had about the, thank you for your service, because the place we're building in Merced is strictly just for veterans. And with the vast vouchers that the VA provides, all the support services, PTSD, alcohol, drug rehab, job counseling, and so on and so forth, is 3 days a week that they provide. And at this location here, we'll also have community halls on the premises there that are part of the program here, where they can meet and so on and so forth, because it's important for them to have continuity among themselves. So yes, the services are provided at no cost to the county. They're grants. The grants that we discussed earlier are provided to offset the cost, more or less. Well, that's what I'm saying. Most of the grants, the state matches. So if it's a 5-year grant, the state will put 5 on top of that to make it a 10-year grant. The state will match any grant along this program within this time frame of this.
And Mr. Glevin, you talked about he spoke of eviction?
Right.
Okay.
Well, the eviction, you control, well, we'll control the evictions, obviously. And they're signing an agreement saying that they violate the code of conduct for these places, they're evicted immediately. And the state goes along with that, because they don't want to be paying for somebody to be destroying the property. So, yeah, they're signing an agreement saying if they violate the covenants here, they're gone. We don't have to go through the eviction process that normal people do.
Are you going to handle that? Are you going to handle the
We've done it already.
Mr. Petrolakis? Did you have something? Hang on. Let Mr. Petrolakis answer, please. We've lost control. George?
Yeah, I think I'll try to put it in some context of what is trying to be achieved here. So as you've heard from the presentation, this isn't emergency shelter, right? It's transitional housing. It's kind of the next step up, and it's something staff has heard over and over from the community that the community wants, which is people that sign an agreement that have committed to certain standards of conduct because they've made a decision that they want to turn their life around. And so it's different than kind of the emergency shelter, which is the first level of this ladder of housing, you know, the federal government likes to talk about. So when I came here, and then when City Manager Wilson came here, and I think the council members and the mayor have all seen it, we're in Turlock, we don't have a robust enough transitional housing, units. So sometimes I've got to be careful the language I use. So people who should be in transitional housing are still at emergency shelters, which isn't ideal because they don't have all the supportive services we're talking about. So that's that part of it. It's just a need that the community really has, and really not for people coming from outside, but as best we've been able to estimate the kind of chronic local homeless population combined with the more temporary homeless population that have made this decision that they want to turn their lives around. So that's what a project like this is directed at. And so there are standards of conduct, and I see some frowning in the audience, and I know I used to be in a lot of audiences like this, and I would frown a lot because I never believed anything that people up here said. But that's the part of it, and what we saw in Merced when we did the field trip was really, I think, the type of facilities that I think most people would welcome even in their own neighborhoods, because it really is about management. I think, once you, there's a lot of information now about how to do this and how to do it properly. So the reason why we're doing this is that will free up some beds in our emergency shelters, because we do have a goal that we've heard loud and clear from the community, that the community wants. A lot of the discussion tonight about the benches and everything else is about the community wants to be able to enforce its local standards through enforcement of its municipal code. Well, that's the part that the federal judges have frozen up all the enforcement on, just some of the, it's not a crime to be homeless, but it is a crime to do undertake certain activities that are against the law, whether that be state law or federal law or local law as reflected in your municipal code. So we're trying to get to the point where those can be enforced, because a lot of the problems we heard about here tonight is the federal courts really have frozen up enforcement, because it's really hard, the most conservative is the wrong word. The most risk-adverse reading of the federal courts is that you have to have a bed for every homeless person. You heard the city manager talk about that, about the last point in time count versus the number of beds that Turlock has. And then it even gets worse than that. It's not that you just have to have the beds, you have to have a certain kind of beds. And if beds are provided from a Christian organization, is a secular federal judge going to count that as a bed or not? Or is he or she going to look at it that you're forcing religion, onto somebody, which they say, violates certain provisions of the Bill of Rights? So this is a hard thing to navigate, but that's what we're trying to get. We're trying to get a more robust transitional housing to free up beds in the shelters, which I think, combined with the day center capacities that we're trying to give to the two emergency shelters, that will allow them to operate more like low barrier shelters which then gets, from my perspective, from the attorney's perspective, gets you a lot closer to being enforce those local ordinances that I think most of the people who spoke here tonight would like to see enforced, but are really hard to enforce. And why they're hard to enforce is because then you get sued by activist groups primarily that will find a plaintiff, and that's how most Supreme Court litigation or federal court litigation is done now. And then what always happens invariably is the city can choose to fight the lawsuit and spend millions of dollars on fancy lawyers to fight it, or they can settle the lawsuit, in which case they will be forced into a settlement where they spend millions of dollars on things that very few people that I think I heard speak here tonight would support. So it's a very, legally it's a very treacherous area, but I think we're getting a lot closer with proposals like this in the day center so that we can ramp up the enforcement so that the quality of life issues are addressed better and the people who want help get help. That's where we're trying to get. And then you get down to, how much of it is, somebody mentioned it who spoke, how much of it is a preference of how to live, right? And then, but all these things, I think, get the community closer to where I think we've heard at the various meetings where, a majority of the community wants to get. So let me stop there and I'll answer any questions if there are any, or
All
if I
right, are
missed
there other
something.
people who did not fill out a card that wanted to speak? All right, Ron, go ahead. Then-
Okay. Well, first, thank you for the phone call conversation on Saturday night. I appreciate you calling me at 9:30 in your time, I think it
Correct.
was. So that was appreciated. And no matter what we say, thank you for what your efforts you're putting in. Okay. So okay, many comments, many questions. It's really hard to believe that there's 50 individuals in Turlock who are willing to sign a contract saying, I want to get my what together and I will obey the rules and so on and so forth. It's just hard for us to believe that. Okay? That's really what you're saying. You're saying that you're going to have this transitional housing, but only people who sign a contract who say, I'm done with drugs and all this other stuff and I'm going to do whatever. So that's kind of hard to believe. Number two, the city has already spent millions of dollars, more than $5 million on transitional housing in the past number of years. We can't get any information out of the city, haven't gotten it yet, in terms of how much money was spent, how that money was spent, and then what results that we got from the nonprofits that we gave all these buildings to, okay? As a matter of fact, I think we have about $2 million worth of properties that the city has purchased since 2020 that they're still hanging on to. Okay, so number one, it's kind of insulting that you have already spent $5+ million. You can't tell us how you spent the money. You can't tell us what the results are. But now you want to come back and you want to spend $10 million. Okay? In terms of these are 7 foot wide on the interior. 7 feet wide. Okay? And they cost about $1,100 per square foot. The average cost of real estate in Turlock, including the land, is $300 per square foot. Really? Yes, it is. It's $300 per square foot. That's the average cost in Turlock for real estate. And you're talking about shipping containers 7 feet wide, $1,100 per square foot. This should have been pulled. It should never have been here. That is a total embarrassment. Just think of the names, what the title is going to be on every single one of you who vote yes. $1,100 per square foot.
Sir?
Hi, my name is James Neal. I was homeless out here on the streets for about 10 years. I slept out in front of this building a few times, and I got clean 2.5 years ago. And the way I got clean is my dad told me, you can't come back to this house until you are clean. He didn't say you can come into the house, then get clean and stuff like that. He said you can't come back to this house and see your kids until you are clean. Now, he said his facility is going to be good. He says there's going to be people watching it. Jail has cops everywhere, and there's more drugs in jail than there is out here on the streets. I never defecated in front of no one's place, just so you know, but I did live out here. One thing is, there is no bathrooms for the homeless to use at all. The stores, if you go in AM PM, they tell them, nope, get out if you're homeless. They know who the homeless are. But, I mean, the homeless steal from them, of course. So they don't want them in there. If you guys put a place next to Kelso's, that place is going to get robbed all the time. I mean, I was homeless, and I know what it's like, and I would love to stand up for them. But every homeless person I saw out there, they're all on drugs. Even the ones that have mental issues are on drugs. And there is people that go around once a month and ask them, hey, do you want to be in this program? Do you want to come to this facility? Christian ones and non-Christian ones. So I don't understand why they would want to go to your facility if they don't want to go to any other ones, because they're all free too. I was asked once a month at least, and they go around doing that. It's really easy to be homeless in Turlock. You can sleep wherever you want to, do whatever you want. They have, I don't know if they have the Ham Center no more, but across the street they got the Mission, I think it is, or something like that. You get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You get clothes, free clothes all the time. There's places to take showers. There's no reason, I mean, if I didn't have my kids, I would still be homeless. It was not hard to be homeless in town. People go around at least once a month. If you're at the park, people go out there and give you a bunch of food. I've seen the homeless go and get boxes of food, throw more than half of it away because they only want the sweets that are in it, you know. Everyone I know out there gets a food card. They all get their EBT cards. Not one of them keeps it. There's about 3 people in the homeless community that own all those food cards because they sell them all to them. I used to sell my food card too. The first of the month, I'll get my food card and I'll go out buy $100 worth of heroin. That's what I did. I did heroin and meth. Everyone out there, almost every homeless person, I didn't see one person out there that didn't do meth. And most of them either do meth or heroin and meth. So they're addicted to it. And they don't want to get homeless. I mean, they don't want to become off the streets. They like where they're at. A lot of them don't go to the shelter because they either don't like to be in at a certain time. They don't want to have to get out early in the morning. And they don't care. It doesn't matter if you sleep out there. I mean, to you guys, I know it seems like crazy to sleep out on the streets. But once you're out there, for the first month it was hard for me. Then after that, all the homeless look out for each other, but they also rob each other. They also hurt each other, but they all look out for each other. They all give each other drugs, and none of them they're not going to come to this facility. They're not going to do it, and they're going to sell more. That place is going to turn into a drug den, is what it will turn into, to be honest. So that's all I have to say.
Anything else?
Hey guys, I'm Travis Regallo. I'm going to be very careful with how we proceed here. I hate getting into these aspects, but I do before you guys go forward. I'm just going to assume that's a yes vote, and I'm not saying that you guys are going to go for it. Let's say it's a yes vote. You're looking at $10 million for 50 people. It's a very hard thing to justify for the rest of the 99% of Turlock, that we don't allocate that kind of money for, that produces results, that has a return in sales tax that comes back to the city that can just regenerate itself. So we're putting $10 million into a fund that potentially has a higher potential of not producing results than it does producing results. So my only request would be is if you go forward, I would hope that you have some way to monitor the results, request the results and the data, and make sure that you're actually getting something for that $10 million that's going forward that's trackable. I would hope that there is some sort of clause in there to back out of the agreement when 2 years go by and we realize that instead of giving us 50 beds to now be able to enforce codes, it's increased the homeless population to 500 people, which has happened historically not too long ago, right before COVID. There was talks of another thing similar, and I get that this is not emergency housing. It's one step up, which allows us to enable a little bit more enforcement. And that's the other question I would like to ask, and I know the police chief isn't here, but maybe the city attorney could, is what does the taxpayer get for this? The promise is that you guys are able to enforce some of the codes, but realistically, what are we able to enforce, and what are the potential problems that we run into if our homeless count is 100, which I'm not just using figures, it's 100, and next year we add 50 beds, and now we can enforce our codes. But next year, because we had this homeless city here, and it gets around town fast because they'll travel here, and now we have 200 homeless and not enough beds. Are we in the same position? Now we have to spend another 10 million to increase our facilities. So those are questions I would have. I'm sure you probably have already answered them before, but I just want to make sure that we are able to track results and see where 10 million is going for 50 residents at a time.
Mr. Fishwalkers, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, those are good questions. I mean, I think the results obviously should be tracked. And this is before my tenure here. I gave up decades ago in trying to understand the accounting of affordable housing projects and homeless projects. I mean, you know, the Modesto Bee has been legion, right, in the articles of how apartment complexes in Modesto, you know, cost $350,000 a unit, right? So I don't have any comment on that. You know, it doesn't make sense to those who have to operate in, I don't even think I can call it the normal world anymore, but those who have to operate in the non-government subsidized world, right? So I don't have any good answers on that. It's just, that's the nature of that beast, and it's always been that way. I personally have found it frustrating outside of my role as an attorney, so I don't have any answers for that part. But I think tracking it and making sure you get results. But again, I mean, I think it's always a chicken and egg problem, right? I mean, it's like what were, you know, if there was a magic wand, you know, I'd be happy to use it about how, you know, how to revert to, you know, 50 years ago when these problems weren't as prevalent, certainly not as visible, right? Although, you know, if you read about the Great Depression and stuff, I mean, you know, that there's a lot of homelessness and lots of things going on. So it's just, you know, again, I'm going to shrug my shoulders and say it's legally very hard to navigate the whole thing. And so, but if anybody in Turlock thinks that we can just enforce our way out of this problem and that's the only way it's going to happen, that's not going to happen. You're just going to end up with a federal lawsuit. And, you know, you read about all kinds of federal lawsuits all over the country right now with all kinds of outlandish results. And all I'm trying to do is make sure we're not on that hit parade, you know, and so while keeping things reasonable. You know, maybe, I mean, it's a good point. Maybe 50 is too many. You know, somebody said that, you know, nobody, you know, you can't get 50 people to turn their life around. But when other meetings we get attacked for not having standards at our shelters, you know, and everybody can just show up and they don't have to agree to anything. Well, now we're getting attacked for transitional housing where people have to agree to do things and they can be evicted. And at least we have some evidence that it's a better approach than what's been tried before. I mean, and you know, this is a choice between, I won't call them realistic alternatives. They're a choice between legal strategies combined with trying to help people who want help. Very difficult, because the legal strategy would be, I would say in Turlock, you know, one approach a city attorney could take is, let's see, if our point in time count is 220, all the cases, you know, federal cases say, well, everyone knows the point in time count is undercounted. We had testimony, which is going to be evidence in court tonight, that 400 people come through every year in Turlock, right? Okay, well, under that calculus, give me multiple low barrier shelters with 500 or 600 beds or 800 beds, and the chief can enforce his municipal code to his heart's content. But I think I would be run out on a rail, and I don't think it's the appropriate legal answer. But to think you can do nothing is not the right legal answer either. So let me stop there. I've bordered, I'm
Sir, in
pontificating.
the blue, come on up here, please.
So what you're saying.
Hang on, just wait till you get the microphone, because people are watching.
So what you just said is you're going to have to track your results.
Yeah.
Because if you don't track your results, then
Yeah.
the federal lawsuit's going to go, and you're not going to be able to defend it.
I'm a big
Right.
believer in, I think that if you track the interaction with the homeless population,
Yeah.
right? That's and the manager, we talked about it, the chief, and they're all supportive of it. If you track the interactions, that's the best thing you can do, because at some level, we talk about it in the abstract, that homeless and a lot of people, including me, my business is in downtown Modesto. I haven't had some of the most terrible stories, but I have friends who have it. We had to put a lock on our door because, people would just burst in, and kind of be very aggressive with my staff and everything. So one of the things a city can do is, if you track the interaction by treating these people as people, so you kind of have to get to know them, and you need to know the circumstances, right? And you need to know if there are mental health issues and drug issues and all of that. And if they refuse shelter, because like we heard, because they want a different lifestyle. Well, the federal courts haven't said that you get to refuse help and you get to do what you want,
the city
right?
would be incumbent on the city to be able to prove those things if they got sued.
You're
gonna have
you need
to-
a record.
You're gonna have to have a record. You're gonna have to.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to have a record of all the people who refused.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have to have your statistics on how many people you helped and how many people were in the bed.
I think that's an excellent summary. I wish I had given it. Yes, I think that's really great. And what the transitional project you're hearing about tonight is, and maybe 50 is too many or whatever, but it is, you have to have and by the way, I don't think it's too much based on what we've discovered about who's enrolled in a program and where they're at currently. But what it does is, I think it's very important that a community shows that if somebody does want to turn their life around, that there's a place for them to go. And that's where, I'd say we're not as robust as I think we want to be on that particular issue. But the frustration about the cost and I understand all that, believe me.
All right, has there been, go ahead.
Oh, wait, sorry. I think we're still open to the public.
Oh,
I had some follow-up questions
yes.
I wanted to ask that I know
Come on.
people are
Yeah, no,
thinking,
yep.
but they're not asking.
Come on up.
Come on up, Debbie.
It's not her turn yet.
Hi, Debbie Hall Cofton out. I just feel like we have a lot of mixed messages that have been coming at us, and thank you. I think it's a great thing that you're trying to do, but we have been told we have spillover beds at the county, and that we will now be able to enforce the municipal codes because we have the beds available. I think it's Turlock Gospel Mission, they have 80 beds potentially, and they're not using those 80 beds. I've asked, and many of us have asked in the community, please think outside of the box. We've talked about Malibu. Where does it say in the Boise law that you have to provide beds in the city? Why are we not partnering with the $6 million navigation system that's to the south? I know it's a different county. And why are we not utilizing 26 service providers up in Modesto? There's low barrier shelters. There are resources all around. We feed 1,500 meals in Turlock a day. We have the beds available. We have lots of resources for the homeless, but we're getting lots of mixed messages from our city. And And we had a program last year where you asked us to come and give our input, and I really feel like you're not listening to us. So thank you very much.
Anyone else before we close this?
Yeah, I'm kind of, Lori Smith here. I'm kind of in great agreement with what Deborah said. I feel like, okay, on this sheet right here, it's saying for homeless veterans and seniors. Well, of course, nobody's gonna say no to that. How many do we have? Do we know how many we have? I'm all for helping them. And then I hear families, and then I hear homeless. I feel like this is just thrown at us, and then we have this deadline by April 30th. You know, how many people in the public even know about this? I know we do because we're all kind of in the same circles, but how many know about it? I feel like you're saying this is what the community wants. I feel just the opposite. I was at that meeting too. I feel like, I mean, I'm part of that community, and this is not what we want. I feel like $10 million? Really? My kids are leaving the state because they can't afford a house. I'm like, how about helping tax-paying citizens with money with $10 million? I know it comes from different sources and stuff, but put that in perspective. A down payment on a house, how many people would that help? Versus 50, you know, I know that issue would grow, that number would grow, but I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't think anybody here has been in support of it so far, so hope you keep that in mind.
Gentleman way in the back, way in the back.
So I was at the last couple of meetings, and I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last
George.
name.
George is fine.
George, you brought up both times about the federal lawsuits and that sort of thing, and you just said now that there's nothing in the federal lawsuits that says if somebody denies or refuses service, that it's just okay for them to go ahead and go and sit and do what they want to do. So that to me tells me you can enforce codes. They refuse service. If you're going to have something like this is only going to, the only way this would ever work is if they refuse it, then they have to leave. You're not here in Turlock anymore. That's a ride to the edge of town. Don't come back. Because you don't want help, and you're just causing problems for us. You say you're trying to avoid the city being on a hit parade, you know, from the federal lawsuits. So by us not enforcing anything, we're all the hit parade every day on a daily basis with that.
Right.
So I'll say it to you, like I said it the last time, enforce the codes, fight it. Fight the lawsuit. If they have the lawsuit, fight it. In the meantime, the police can enforce the codes, and it, like the homeless person that was here before, gentlemen, they all talk, they all know what's going on. So if they find out that Turlock doesn't allow you to be here, or there's, you know, it's tough to be here, it's unpleasant to be here unless you want to help yourself, they're going to move on. And in the meantime, you know, if you get a lawsuit, then that happens. And we don't want that to happen, but this will never work unless you have an enforcement. That is, here's your option. You can go here, or you can go away. So, and to me, it just, $10 million, I know it's a grant from the state, but it just seems like this is it's not planned enough, and maybe I haven't seen the you know, your presentation from before, but, you know, I guess my question to you, George, is at one of the last meetings, you had said something about a place in Merced. Was this the one that you were talking about?
I don't think this facility was up yet in Merced. I think it was, yeah. So it's
Okay,
not
so there
the
was
one I
something else that
saw.
you were talking about, that
But
you said they had beds and it allowed enforcement.
That was probably the low barrier shelter, which I think one of the entities you're talking to runs that.
Right.
It's called different names, no barrier, low barrier. And what that is, that'd be a shelter with a pretty robust bed count that has all the it's kind of like this, except at the shelter level, you know, at the entry level, where from my point of view, it takes care of a lot of the enforcement issues, because all the little factors that you get sued for, storage of personal property, where are the cars and the campers gonna go, we can't cohabitate, they put the beds together. I can't have my pets, they allow a crate, right? So our shelters don't operate that way, and that model in Merced, you know, when I went down there, you know, like the scales falling from your eyes, which is hard for a lawyer, right? But, you know, you see it and you go, oh, well, yeah, that's how you address what all these august federal judges are telling us, right? So that's, but, you know, that's why we mentioned it, but we didn't talk about it a lot. That's why we're trying to get there a little bit by giving the 2 emergency shelters this day center capacity that we talk about, because that allows them to operate more in the fashion of a low barrier facility without creating a new low barrier facility, because we've kind of heard, you know, we're trying to balance all this input we get, right? And we're, you know, getting to a place where we can do what you say, which is enforce. Because I tend to agree. I mean, others disagree. I think that, you know, I think that America in 2022, we've sort of 2023. I'm sorry. You know, it's easy to see what happens when you don't enforce any standards.
Right.
Right.
It just seems like it isn't planned out enough to make this kind of decision for this amount of money.
Yeah.
Like this right now.
But that's the.
And
I mean, that's the. You know what I think about this issue. I know it's very frustrating. I've heard it loud and clear from all the great input we've gotten, where we're trying to react to the input, and we've changed plans along the way because, you know, we didn't think we had public support for this approach, so we're trying something else. But Turlock is still the size of city where I think the problem can be handled pretty well, you know, but because once you get to the size of Modesto, you're, you know, downtown Modesto, it's never gonna be something.
And let me just, this is the last thing
Yeah.
I'll leave it on, and I said it to the chief before in my last time up here. Enforcing does make a difference, because
It
what
does,
he's
yeah.
done so far
Yep.
has made a difference.
Yep.
We're seeing the difference because we see it on a daily basis there in Air Park.
Yep.
And it hasn't been a daily basis lately, which is good. And
Right.
whatever he's done has helped. So, and I'm sure that gets around with the homeless community. And for the people that really need the help, you know, if this is only for veterans or seniors, well, what about people who aren't, that may actually need the help and really want the help, for whatever few amount of those people there are?
Mhm.
Great, let's get them the help. Everybody else that doesn't want to,
Yep.
time to go.
Yep.
So, all right.
Yeah, and it's even, anyway, I could go on and on because it's become my favorite topic, but I'll stop there.
All right, final, anybody who hasn't spoken?
I've heard the discussion that this is for veterans and for seniors, and I think that that's great. You know, a place for veterans and seniors. I'm a veteran. So the time span, I understand, 6 to 9 months. What happens to a senior after 6 to 9 months? What are we calling a senior? What if the senior is 75, 80 years old? We're gonna send them to training? We're gonna have them go to work? What happens to them? We're gonna put them back out on the street? Where do they go? And the veteran, yes, they go to training, but where do they go? What's the plan after they leave this place? Our housing situation in this area is awful. The rents have skyrocketed, and the supply for rentals is very small. So where do they go? Has anybody thought about that?
Mayor.
So I'm Mary Jackson, I'm a former council member, and I feel like this is Groundhog Day once again for me from 20 years ago, which gets really annoying. But the good news is, Mr. Petrolakis and I agree. It's shocking all the time when we agree. And I'm appreciative that this council is moving forward with a plan for transitional housing, which it seems like some of the council members don't understand. It's 12 to 18 months. And actually, if there are seniors that actually are moving through this program. At the same time, they could apply to be at Salvation Army Silvercrest, which is for low-income housing, and we could probably build more. If you don't know about the Kansas House, which is right off of Highway 99 in Modesto, called the Kansas Hotel, I believe, or the Kansas House, it's working very well. I have spoken many times. I was not coming down here tonight. I was supposed to be on spring break, on vacation, out of state. And said I'm sick with a cold, and I started watching this foolishly. I could not get in the building. Bless Dan Madden for letting me in. And he made a really good point, that the people who used to know all about this and about these issues and what we've tried before, because Ms. Bublak and I were on the council when Ted House and Kurt Spicer wanted to move it to the maintenance yard before, and never talked to Don Kelso's dad. But I did. We met for coffee, and I apologized for no one reaching out to him and he learning at a council meeting in public that they were going to move it to next door to his. And I understand the idea of theft and of waste, because it's the same darn things that we dealt with back in 2004 and 2006 and 2008. And what many of you newly elected people might not know is that we had a permanent housing shelter with $3 million from HUD. And Ted Spicer and Kurt Spicer and Mr. Vanderweide, Kurt Vanderweide, sorry, I'm a little tired and I'm on allergy medication. But they're the ones who voted against it. It's not if they're not going to come. Maybe you need to go to We Care. Maybe you need to go to TGM. One of the men we know very well graduated a year ahead of me in high school. These people live in Turlock. They are not bussed in, and maybe some of them are. But I know Mayor Sturtevant has tried for years to find that, because that would be a lawsuit. We must follow state and federal laws, because if we don't, as Mr. Petrolakis so patiently explained for I don't know how many times, it's not the millionth, but it's probably at least the dozen or 2 dozen. You know, we just celebrated Easter Sunday 2 days ago. And I never said this on the council because my mom would have gotten mad at me. But I'm a little bit older and I'm willing to make her angry. What would Jesus do? He would give people a place to stay. 2 days ago was Easter. I hope most of you were listening to your priest, your minister, your pastor. We need this. And he's going to do a good job. Go look at other facilities. Go look online. It's all there for you. And I don't know what happened with the locked door outside, but again, I thank Mr. Madden. Thank you.
Yeah, tell us about 8 weeks ago, you said you were going to talk to your priest about parking at your church for homeless people. 8 weeks
Mr.
ago,
Lewis?
you said that.
Mr. Lewis, did you want to come?
8 weeks ago.
Ron, please. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lewis. Hi.
Good evening. It is still evening, right?
Yeah, good morning.
All right. I'm Jeffrey Lewis, president of Legacy Health Endowment and the EMC Health Foundation. I want to speak to the elected officials. No offense, George. This is a great conversation. And
Just take a second.
Hold on, because I can't hear.
Can you, the audience, please, you guys, we gave you guys the opportunity to talk. Let him talk now, please. Thank you.
this is a great conversation. It's a long overdue conversation, and it's been going on with the city council for the 7 years that I've been in Turlock. It's not a new conversation. And every time the issue arises, there's a battle between the community, between elected officials, etc. And people refuse to make a decision. You have the opportunity tonight to make a decision. It's not an easy decision, but it's about leadership. We have 107 families in Turlock Unified School District who are homeless. It's couch surfing, living in hotels, living in their cars, etc. They could benefit from this housing if they were allowed to do so. But the underlying issue tonight is, what do we do? And when do we do it? Because the conversations have been going on for years, and people have refused to make decisions. One of the best things that happened to the city of Turlock is when they hired Regan Wilson. And he came forth with a plan. Now, you might not all like his plan, and clearly people in the audience don't like the plan, but a leader brings a plan to the table, and that's what he's done. That's his job as city manager. And your job is to agree or disagree. That's completely up to you, and that's what your voters allowed you to do when they elected you. And that is really the opportunity tonight, is to say to Turlock and to the future, This is a great idea. I worked in Newark long before John did with Mayor Cory Booker when he was a mayor. And the challenges in Newark that they've overcome are significant. And Cory Booker was an unbelievably great mayor. And what they're doing now to help Newark is extraordinary. And it's a step-by-step approach. This is a similar approach to consider. It's the first phase. The questions have been raised about what do we do with seniors. That's a state issue, and that's a federal issue. And both governments have failed to address senior housing. They've just ignored it for years. But if we can start incrementally, as we discussed the other day, if we can start incrementally and build from that, it's a possibility. It's not perfect. But Regan, thank you for doing this. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone's had a chance to speak.
I have one.
Okay, my time's up. All right, let's close the public comment. Questions for Mr. Glavin, Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Petrolakis?
Yes. So I keep hearing $10 million, and that's not the number I got from you today.
It's 9,950,000.
Where did the 7.5 million come from? Because there's not a big difference between 9 million and 10 million.
The 7.5 million came from a conversation I had with John.
Right.
In which he suggested that once we submit our application for $9,900,000, that based on his experience, Home Key will cut the amount of that application down by a couple $1 million.
Okay.
So that's what I.
So are we really, go ahead.
You're probably looking at about 7.5 when it's all said and done for the same amount of people, because they set the prices and they set so much per door. When we give a budget, we say this is what it should be, but then they sharpen the pencil big time and say, that may be what it is, but this is all you're getting, and get it done for that, or you don't get the grant. So you're probably going to be looking at 7.5 when it's done.
All right, and then the other question I have, because I know it's on a lot of people's mind, but I didn't hear anybody ask it, that is, is there a scoring system to put people into these units? Can we give, what I'm getting at is, do Turlock people get preference? Because I hear it all over the room, everybody's worried that people are gonna be bussed in and burn up more of Turlock's resources.
No, you control who comes in. The city controls the people that are in there. The VA will control the veterans that come in.
Okay, so let's talk about veterans. By the way, madam, thank you for your service. So we have to, let's just say it ends up being a yes vote and it's a 50-unit complex. We don't have enough unsheltered individuals to fill it. Then it goes to veterans, or then it goes to seniors, or vice versa. We can fill it with those other individuals.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's in the Home Key application.
That's correct.
Okay, so the federal government can't come back and tell us no later.
No.
Okay, all right.
Can I just interrupt? on
Yes,
something?
please.
So is it specifically itemized, one, unsheltered who are clean and sober for a period of time? Or can it be categorically, we're putting in seniors, veterans, I know there's veterans that sleep outside every day, and 8 and 9 months at local places here, and they should be transitioned somewhere. They're not doing drugs.
No,
Can you do it where we can do it, any portion of it? And if it turns out that there are no unshelters that want to stay clean, then
we can do what we want to do with it at that point, yes. But you set the stipulations for all the tenants, whether they're veterans or the VA has a strict guideline of what what the veterans have to follow. Everybody else is something different.
Okay, and then to Debbie Koftanaw's question, did she leave?
I think so.
Oh, darn it. Okay, so there's a difference, and Petrolakis, please correct me if I step on it here. There is a difference between emergency housing and transitional housing, okay, folks? And under the federal lawsuits that Mr. Petrolakis keeps referring to, we have to have both in order to have the enforcement element. And Debbie's right. when she got up here tonight and she said that we're getting mixed messages from the city. That's 100% true, because when this first started, we thought the only thing we were going to need was emergency shelter. And then the lawsuits came, and then the TROs came. And you guys have heard me, those of you that come regularly, you've heard me say many times, the lawsuits are coming so quickly and they're changing so fast. The rules are changing in the middle of the night. And it's true. What she said is accurate. So now, as it sits today, in order to get to an enforcement model where we want to enforce it's two-faceted. We want to be able to enforce the quality of life standards for Turlock citizens, and we want to be able to help the people that want the help and give them a place to stay, that want the place to stay. But we've got to have both elements, the emergency low barrier and the transitional element. I hope everybody understands that in here tonight, because that's really what this is all about. And then the last question, lighting. Okay, so I'm concerned about Kelso's because their complaint is valid. All right, and I know, so the police department, Mr. Kelso knows the courtyard for the supposed, we keep evidence out there for our police department, that's getting raided in the middle of the night by our unsheltered individuals, just like Mr. Kelso's tow yard is. What can we do about the lighting around this place so that we can light it up?
Well, as long as the codes, the city codes, or we can light it up as much as you want to light it up. It's up to what your standards are. You know, it's up to you. You control that. You know, I don't know what the zoning there has to be specific. Obviously, I don't want to light it up so much that people are saying, "Hey, it's lit up like a stadium over there, and
Sure.
we can't sleep at night." So there's a fine line of obviously, lighting has to be enough so people can see where they're going and so on and so forth. But our high density cameras and stuff will pick up all the activity. If someone's leaving, going across and coming back, this, that, and the other thing, that'll all be picked up on cameras. As long as we can't go on other people's property and videotape, but we'll be able to videotape the entire complex that these folks are living in.
Okay, so that brings me to my last question. So I would like to think, and so my question for you is this. Have you seen the areas where you have put, because I know you've done many of these across the country, do you see the areas around these developments improve? Because what I would like to think is that putting this unit out there and having 24/7 on-site management and security and cameras and everything else will actually bring down the amount of problems that the city courtyard and Kelso's tow yard are having?
Right, because they don't lay on the park benches. They have their own place now, more or less.
And visitors?
Pardon me?
What about
Oh,
problematic
that's a good
visitors?
question.
Well, right. I mean, these folks, once they get into their complex, they're very protective of their area. As you said before, their pets, their personal effects, and so on and so forth. Once they get the counseling, the whole job is to get them moved up to jobs and so on and so forth. Not everybody's going to be a candidate for this because they need mental help, and this is not the place for them. Out of your 250 that you have, we're banking on 1 out of 4 is going to want to come in here. And that 1 out of 4 is the one we're trying to rehab. We're not going to be able to get all 250 at one time. Are there going to be some issues? Yeah, but that's why 24 hours a day, we got to maintain it. We got to watch.
Vice Mayor?
With our application, we're doing vets and seniors. And now Mr. Lewis brings up the fact that there are over 130 families in the Turlock Union School District that are homeless. Can we put those people in these?
Yes, you can, because it goes by the door. It doesn't make a difference what they are. They're giving you so much per door. So it doesn't matter if they're veterans or whatever. It's the same amount.
But our application is only for vets and seniors, or specific to vets and seniors.
Right, but it's for 50 people, however you target them. 50 doors, or however you could have 50 veterans in there if you want to, 50 families if you want to. It's whatever you want to put in there.
Reagan?
Mayor, council members, I think what John's saying is that we've got 50 slots that we look at putting homeless, seniors, and vets as people become available, In addition, I would note that I'm also in discussions with another facility in Turlock that's specific to being seniors, that I'll talk to the council about in a future date. So yes, we could put those 107 kids
And their
in
mom
their
or
family,
dad,
their
with
mom.
single parent, yeah. Right.
Single parents into this facility. That's what we wanted to do.
I see.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, you had more?
No more questions, just comments.
Knock yourself out?
Okay. $190,000 a unit is really pricey. And Mr. Bragdon brings up a good point that $300 a foot is typical for a construction. So you're at $1,100 a foot. That's outrageous. 50 people. We're not given any kind of indication that we're going to fill it up. So we're going to spend $10 million and possibly not have 50 families in there. So a facility sits there at $10 million. Now, I understand it's not City of Turlock's money. It's coming from the home key and other programs, but it's still taxpayer money.
Well,
And one of my constituents brought up the fact that there is a distinct aroma on that area, and that you may not be able to get people to live there. I have had a lot of constituents who said, please don't do this, figure something else out, but I have not had one that said do this. So for me, I want to do something. We need to do something. Transitional housing needs to be done. But I just can't support this because my constituents say no. I really wanted to do something in conjunction with the County of Stanislaus, but they apparently don't want to entertain something like that. So I would still like to pursue doing something with the County of Stanislaus, because I feel like it's their responsibility, not just the City of Turlock. They get money, we don't. There's a lot of other things we could do with the $538,000 a year that it takes to continue this operation. We could do buyer assistance. We could do rental assistance. We can help in other ways. I just don't know that this is a great use of money. So that's my comment.
Councilor Rayburn?
Well, Mr. Glavin, thank you for being here. I know you said you've been traveling a lot. You've stood here for a long time. Can you first just answer, if we wanted to focus on families, how do you fit a family in a 20 by 7 space, or how do you make this so people with small kids who, need space can survive in this?
Well, you can build one bedroom, you can build 2 bedrooms, you can put them together. Basically, they're Lego pieces. You can put one, which is real common right now. And to answer some of your questions, it's like you can change it from studio housing to all 1 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms. Home Key allows that. Allows it. You just have to have the plan going in as to what you want to do. They all don't have to be just studios for just one person. You can put a family of 4 in there and put 2 of them together, so 320 square feet becomes 640, more or less.
Certainly, but our application, we are applying with our plan, and right now the plan is presented as studios and 1 bedrooms, right? So how,
You could change it right up to the time during the Home Key plan will take 45 days to fill out the application during that time. It's not a process that only takes a day or 2. We take all the risk on our end because we have to do a lot of homework, and our team has to get together with your city to do a lot of legwork to find out how many you have, the numbers, and so on and so forth. Going back to what you're saying, will there be enough beds? Will there be extra beds? Well, there's more homeless veterans in California than any other state. Trust me, the VA has already informed us, if you got extra spots, we want them, because we have enough room to fill them, and they'll pay for the mass vouchers.
Sure, and because when, I saw the intention of putting this toward homeless veterans and homeless seniors, which is a laudable goal, our home ARP study from a month ago, rather, says that only 5% of our population in Turlock are homeless vets, and only 30% of our population is over 55. So, we're gonna have to expand who can be in this facility, and I would like to explore the idea of having, if this happens, having larger units so people can comfortably have their children with them. I think in terms of thinking of facts, I read through the home key application, the notice of funding, because I think to me it's really important that we know what the stipulations are. And I think that for the purposes of this discussion, that, on page 43 of it, it says projects shall accept tenants and participants regardless of sobriety, participation in services or treatments, history of incarceration. We can't, and on page 20, I'm not going to quote it here, but, we can't say that people have to leave because they're not participating in services, or they're, if they're not meeting their sobriety. So I appreciate your perspective on what the other projects have done, but this is what Home Key is saying. I have every faith that you can build a great facility. I've checked out your website. I've looked at your social media. But I cringe a little bit at the price, because I want to make sure that if we have this, which we need this, to Mr. Petrolakis's point, that we're making the biggest impact for the populations that we have. I'm not categorically opposed to transitional housing, but I have a hard time with this plan, with the cost, with the amount of people that we can house in this plan. So I appreciate your perspective. I really, really appreciate everybody coming out and participating in this.
One of the things I was going to remind you when you talk about the cost, we don't set the cost. This state sets the cost.
Certainly, but in the application for the grant, it says that you're going to get $150,000 per door, or $250,000 per door if you're going to be servicing chronically homeless. But there's extra points in the grant if you can take that cost down. So, I would like to see us move into that realm.
I also agree we absolutely need to have something like this. I about choked when I saw the dollar per square foot. I mean, it's like the $1.7 million toilet in San Francisco. To me, it is, it's not the city of Turlock's money, but it's taxpayer money. My 5 minutes of research in the last couple of days, we could buy 25 travel trailers, $25,000 a piece. We could buy single wide mobile homes that for $85,000 a piece. I can't justify this kind of price tag. I mean, I know we have to do something, but I personally feel like I've got a gun to my head because we got to get this done by the end of April. And I'm not gonna waste $10 million of taxpayer money because we got a gun to our head.
Okay. My feeling is the community has over told us, do something. You're not doing anything. Don't you see it? It's kind of like roads. Don't you see the potholes? Don't you see that? We don't want the homeless people here. And I will guarantee you that 99% of the homeless are not going to want help. That we're talking about we're gonna put them there, but they're not. They're not gonna do it. We did 400 people during COVID, and only 2 wanted help. The odds are that we're not going to help them, but we could make a gesture and then actually help those people who are one paycheck away and then are the veterans, the seniors, we can still make an effort. This money is not something that I enjoy spending. I believe we did nothing for many years. We have no proof of anything, but here's something where we can say, okay, we're going to say we're going to help homeless. We all know we're not going to help homeless because homeless won't help themselves. But we'll leave them a little, four little rooms and see what happens, and help the single moms, help the veterans. There's a gentleman out here every day, and he's a veteran. He's not on drugs, not on alcohol. He shouldn't still be staying down the street. That man should be able to move on. There's something wrong with what we're doing. I don't want to spend taxpayers' money, but this is what the feds and the state are putting there, and they'll just take it and go put it somewhere else. If we can help somebody, if we can physically help our young families, some seniors and some veterans, I'm good. But that's just me. It doesn't sound like it's going to pass, but I do want to help.
I do too. And every time I have a conversation with Dr. Lewis back there, the conversation we always end up at is he says, Rebecca, what about the family that is one paycheck away from being homeless, right? We can configure these units to put families in them. We can configure the Lego pieces any way we want to. We have been sitting here for 7 years, even before I was on the council, having this conversation, right? You guys heard it tonight. We had a long dialogue over the benches downtown that is caused by the underlying element that people classify as our unsheltered folks. You guys, everybody wants that to get fixed. This is part of fixing that. Okay, yeah, it's a $7.5 million price tag. Somebody has to bite the bullet. Somebody's got to stand up, Dr. Lewis, and be a leader and say, we're going to make a decision and do something. And at the end of the day, what it's really about is none of us get to stand here and judge the homeless people ahead of time and say they don't want to come in and get help, because none of us have walked 1 mile in their shoes. And if somebody wants help and if somebody wants a place to live, they need to have the opportunity, and we need to be providing it to them.
I would agree, but I don't think we got to spend $10 million to do it.
You got a better idea? I'm all ears.
Yeah. It's, I think you could do a lot more with $3 million for a lot more people, but obviously we don't have time in 3 weeks. But that's just me.
No, and Kevin, I understand that, and I respect your comments immensely, but the other problem is, so where are you going to put it, right? Where's it going to go in the city? Nobody wants it. The one thing that it's on everybody's mind in the room, but nobody will come up and say it out loud, is not in my backyard, right? So now Mr. Kelso's here tonight because we're opting to put it in his backyard. Right? But if it was, come on, somebody stand up and admit that, yeah, if it was going a block from your house, you wouldn't oppose it. I'm just being real. We got to help these people at some point, somewhere in the process. We can't just keep classifying them as homeless people. They're people. They're part of the fabric of our town. They're part of what makes Turlock. I'm done. Sorry.
I'm not arguing the need. Absolutely not arguing the need. I'm arguing you're talking $10 million that 6 of it could be used for lots of other things too. And granted, that's not how the money's doled out, but somebody's got to hold somebody accountable. Just because it's there. That's just.
So am I missing it on what the home key money can be spent for?
No, you can spend it for homeless families and so on and so forth. You can adjust what you want. You can put them all 2-bedroom units if you'd like to, for families only.
How does the cost change then? Sorry.
Yeah. It still goes $150,000 per door.
Well, but that's what they will give us for the grant. But how does your construction cost change if we want to make bigger units, have more, family-oriented, larger use?
It doesn't change. It doesn't change. We still got to connect to wet, dry utilities and so on. It still has to go by your codes, the California codes. There's a lot of restrictions in California. There's got to be a certain amount of parking spots for these folks, all kinds of stuff. for how they,
Don't even
fire
have a car.
roll,
Don't have a car, yeah.
just the sprinkler system alone in California are outrageous, outrageous. And they try to convert hotels, and those figures have gone through the roof, and they can't complete them. They can't complete those jobs with Home Key. That's why they're setting the price standards, and they're pricing it as the same as San Francisco or LA or whatever. You just happen to be in a lesser zone here, but you can build, it doesn't cost us any more. We have to stay within that $150,000 a door, no matter if we build a 2-bedroom one or a 3-bedroom one.
So the door is the key?
The door is the key. That's how they set it up. We didn't make the rules.
It's a government, Kevin.
Yeah.
Well, it's,
But if,
I'm tired of saying it's the government.
Right.
Vice Mayor?
You're the government now.
All right, let Vice Mayor speak.
Yeah, I just want to be able to ensure that if we did this, that we would help families such as the Turlock Union School District families. Now, those are people that obviously have a hard time finding housing. They're probably couch surfing because they're not in the shelters. How do we help those folks with this? Can we ensure that we will have enough space in this community to be able to help those folks? Because really, to me, kids are most important, and then seniors and vets. And then the transitional, I understand we want to take care of them too, but kids are going to come first in my book. If we're going to help kids, then I have a different opinion.
we can put families in there. I can get together with Mr. Wilson, and you, if you want to change the plans and say, hey, over the next 2 weeks, let's put so many family housing in there for children, women and children, that's fine. We can do it. We can do whatever. It's $150,000 a door. That's what they give us. Doesn't make a difference if it's a veteran, homeless family, whatever. It's whatever you folks feel that you need to have. Your call. You're the partners in this thing.
I just wish we could do it for a lot less because I still have a real hard time with $10 million.
Right. And it's like, I understand that, but it's like I don't set the rules. I just follow them.
And so just to be clear tonight, Mr. Wilson, what we're deciding on is moving forward with you negotiating with CC 915 about the land so they can apply to Home Key. Because we have time to set our intentions for who should be the recipient of this, what the facility size would be, et cetera.
Yes.
He's a man of few words. Him and Harry hang out together. You guys go to school?
No, well, the one word suffices. I got it.
Okay.
You went 3 words, you're gonna have to go out to Harry. Well, what's the will of council then?
I would like to see what we can do with this. I hear the public and their concerns. I share some of those concerns. I share the concern about the price, but I will move to approve so we can see if we can go forward on this.
I will second her motion, just so we're clear and I'm clear. We set the parameters on these Lego pieces. We're gonna tell you, we want this many for families, this many single doors, this many double door, whatever it is, we're gonna tell you what those parameters are.
That's correct.
You good with that? Okay, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Wilson, you understand your charge of this motion and second then, if it passes? Watch, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
2 words.
Ma'am, 2 words.
All right, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram.
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel.
No.
Vice Mayor Franco.
No.
Councilmember Moniz.
Yes.
Mayor Bublak.
Yes. It passes 3-2. It'll come back anyway, so you guys can see if we change our vote or you bring yours around. Who knows? Thank you, Mr. Glavin. I hope you get some sleep. City manager reports, updates, anything, Mr. Wilson?
Just a bit of good news. We opened bids today on our roads projects.
Yeah.
13 road projects. Now, we haven't analyzed them all thoroughly, but they all came in under what our projected expenses were by a little bit, not a lot, but by a little bit.
Yeah.
And Mr. Schultz and his staff will be vetting these things, and we'll bring them back to the council in the reasonably near future. So,
Real quick,
That's
Mr.
good
Glavin, the gentleman right there, Mr. Kelso, right to your left with the stripe, can you make sure you guys connect? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sorry.
No, thank you.
All right, so roads are gonna come in a little cheaper, and we're gonna have roads fixed. Yeah, well, as soon as there's one sewer problem, then. Council items for future consideration. Vice Mayor? It's her anniversary, so she's.
No, thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a few. Keeping with the theme of, we talked about communication a lot in the beginning of this. I would like to see our council discuss how we can engage with the public more who can't be here at the specific time and day that we meet. We had a lot of good participation this evening, but my feeling is that there are people out there that really care about what's going on, but it's hard for them to access us in a public way, not just through our emails. So I'd really like to discuss how we can get write-in participation, things of that nature. And then we discussed, or it was mentioned when the gentleman from Citygate was here about exploring having a medical professional be part of our dispatch team to triage things, because we are chronically, understaffed in public safety. I think that could increase our efficiency if we could explore that, and it could be a good partnership with our mobile health clinics. So.
Anything? Anything? All right, comments and announcements, anything? Vice Mayor, anything?
I'm glad everyone had a happy Easter, and aloha.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna go out to dinner now.
Ha ha.
Shoot. My Thai girl. Yeah, anything for you?
Mahalo.
Oh. All right, closed session, Madam Clerk.
Yes, tonight we have a conference with labor negotiators, California Government Code 54957.6A. Agency designated representative is Deputy City Manager Sarah Eddy. Employee organizations are the Turlock Management Association Public Safety and the Turlock Firefighters Association Local 2434.
All right, we will come back and announce if there should be something to report. and there was nothing to report. So good night, everyone.